very carefully. Whatever happens to President Biden politically will never be the worst day of his life.
No.
Because he's had two. He lost a wife and a child.
Hey, y'all.
In a
I'm at I-78. I'm back. We got breaking news. President Biden has dropped out of his bid for re-election. Go ahead and say hello to President Trump.
He is a respecter of faith, as he says. And so he thought in many ways that he had passed the torch already to his son Beau's generation. And then fate passed it back. And he took the torch and he stood against a big lie. He stood against an insurrection. He stood against illiberalism. And he gave the Constitution another chance. That's what history is going to say.
He also stood against a global pandemic that was ravaging not only this country, but the world, and helped deploy the vaccine and get it under control. John, I'm going to steal this quote from Nick Kristof, who mentioned it in one of his recent pieces. It's attributed to Lenin, although there's argument about that. There are decades when nothing happens and weeks when decades happen. It's been one hell of a week.
It has. And it's, look, this is what history is. This is what life throws at us. And you know what it reminds me of, and I think it's probably worth on a summer Sunday for us to maybe take a moment or two. That may sound pretentious, but I'll say it anyway. I think we should remember that a democracy is the most human of enterprises, right? This isn't some clinical thing. It's not a monarchy that goes by tradition and native. It's not a birthright thing. This is a complicated, disputatious country that has chosen to try to recognize that each of us is created equal in the eyes of God and should be treated equally throughout our lives, that we are sacred and sacrosanct people. And it's really, really hard to run a democracy because it's about us. It's about those sacred individuals. It's about our habits of heart and mind. It's about how I see you and how you see me. And that gets down to a question of character. Democracies don't work if we don't give as well as take. And that's a counterintuitive human thing, because most people, including me, would much rather take than give. That's been true since the third chapter of Genesis, right? And so we have this, we've set the hardest possible task in front of us. And President Biden knows this in his bones. He understands the complexities of politics. That's why part of the decision he made today. He can read a poll. He can read a room. He can read a nation. And what he saw was that the wisest course forward was to let these values, let this vision of what the country should be carried on by those who share his vision in this hour. And if we don't see each other as fellow citizens and folks, as opposed to reflexive rivals and enemies to vanquish by Chiron and tweet and headline and attack every hour of every day, then democracies don't work. Because if every day is total war, if I have to win, if my identity is entirely determined by whether or not I win a particular political moment, then there's no way to recognize that the other person might be right. And I think what President Biden has done here, I really do. I think it's in the best traditions of the country. And I can't say enough about what I think of as a brave decision.
John, if you were crafting an exit speech for a president and that president wanted to hand off the reins to his vice president, how might you write a pitch to the American
this
public
was not
for that vice
presented
president?
as he was handed off the reins to his vice president.
I'm sure this is very hypothetical. I think, speaking historically, I think you say, I believe in an America where all people are created equal. I believe that prosperity and security and dignity and decency are vital American values, but they are not guaranteed. And therefore, it is essential for Americans to understand of the person to whom we give ultimate power, because ultimate power can be used for good or for ill. That's the story of our history. And so look as deeply as you can, my fellow Americans, at the values, the character, the vision of the person to whom you want to trust temporal power. And if you want that person ultimately to have the fates of your families in their hands, that's the person you should vote for. Character matters enormously here. We have seen this again and again and again because, as you said a moment ago about history happening so quickly, you just don't know what's going to hit that desk in the Oval Office. And so you better be very, very sure that you trust the judgment and the basic decency of the person that we send to that desk.
Hypothetically, of course, what that speech would sound like. John Meacham, thank you very much for calling in. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Katie.
President Biden told his senior team he had changed his mind about staying in the race at 1:45 p.m. today, according to a source with direct knowledge who was speaking to NBC News. The message last night had been full speed ahead. We got the announcement at about 1:55, I believe. So 10 minutes before President Biden told his senior team, those closest to him in the White House, that he would no longer be running. Joining me now on the phone as well, NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake. You know the news is breaking when everybody's calling in on a Sunday. Garrett, thank you for joining us. You spoke to former President Donald Trump. What did he have to say?
That's right, Katie. I reached the former president to continue your timeline probably about 20 minutes after the announcement became public. And he did not sound the least bit surprised and was ready to do really what John Meacham was just doing with you, which is try to shape the historical narrative here around Joe Biden, but to do it in a completely different direction. He described President Biden as the worst president in the history of the United States. He said there'd never been a president that had done such damage to our country. He went on to list a lot of damage had been done, most notably on illegal immigration, and said that he would fix what was done. I asked him if he was surprised at all about this announcement, if he thought, that he saw this coming, or if there was anything during their debate that sort of made him expect this was coming. And his answer to that was pretty short. He said he should have never been there in the first place in front of the president, and that he should have stayed in his basement. Now, to me, this is someone who is sort of continuing the campaign rhetoric against a candidate he's no longer campaigning against. But I think it also shows you something fundamental about the way that Donald Trump thinks about this race, or at least this race that was up until about an hour ago, which is there's none of the grudging respect that you might expect for a candidate that you just already faced off against 4 years ago and who defeated you. Donald Trump doesn't believe he lost that election. And you hear it in his answer to the last question, the idea that Joe Biden should have, in his mind, never been there. He thinks of Joe Biden as an accidental president, someone who stole the presidency from him, notwithstanding all of the evidence to the contrary. And I think he's
really isn't any hard
quite sort of bitterly pleased with the result of this today. Now, I didn't get a chance to ask him about who he might face next or what steps his campaign might take. But I can tell you from my other reporting, he and his campaign are very pleased with the way things finished with his convention last week. They thought he had a good rally in Saturday, last night in Michigan. His vice presidential nominee is set to be on the road tomorrow. And they are putting the pedal to the metal here to try to really kind of run up the score in this interregnum between now and whenever the dust settles on the Democratic side. And they know for certain who their opponent will be.
Garrett, we talked so much about Donald Trump potentially changing after the assassination attempt, after that brush with death that he had. Anything in your conversation today suggest to you that there's been a fundamental change in who he is?
No, and I don't think we should consider that possibility with much seriousness going forward either. I mean, look, I don't mean this in a pejorative way. Donald Trump is a 78-year-old man. He's been in public life for decades. He is who he is.
On his square,
and I think there has been a lot of talk, a lot of speculation about the possibility that the brush with death that he experienced a little more than a week ago now might change him in some substantial way. And I just don't think there's been much evidence of that since. There frankly wasn't much evidence of it in the immediate aftermath, really about 36 to 48 hours afterwards, when he kind of resumed his more political posts on Truth Social, and the tone was still the same as it was, through the speech that we saw Thursday night in Milwaukee, which started with a kind of somber retelling of the events of Saturday night and then pivoted into his traditional kind of rally remarks, his attacks on Democratic politicians in personal terms, his aggrandizement of his own achievements in the White House. So no, I don't think Donald Trump changed then. And I don't think we should expect him to change now. I think what we will see is the pivot that will exist here is a pivot to who is at the center of his focus going forward, be it Kamala Harris or the next man or woman up on the Democratic side.
We've heard a little bit about Kamala Harris from the Trump team, especially a little bit more in the past week or so, as this conversation about President Biden was really starting to take off. Donald Trump Jr. Just a moment ago on X said Kamala Harris owns the entire left-wing policy record of Joe Biden. The only difference is that she's even more liberal and less competent than Joe, which is really saying something. She was put in charge of the border, and we saw the worst invasion of illegals in our history. That's an indication of how Donald Trump and his campaign is going to start going after Kamala Harris.
That's right.
Garrett, thank you. Joining me now is Rachel Maddow, host of the Rachel Maddow Show on MSNBC. Rachel, it's really good to have you.
Katie, thanks for having me.
Talk me through all your thoughts right now.
I was going to say, I apologize for looking like a boiled ham. I have no makeup on. I've just run in.
Girl, you look the same to me.
Nowhere near civilization, so it's nice of you to put me on. I mean, this is history writ large. You know, we'll all remember where we were and what we were doing at this moment. And just thinking about the president right now, you know, what a man, what a patriot. What an act of selfless devotion to your country. And he has been a phenomenal president.
Serious?
He brought us back from COVID.
No, he didn't.
He, it gave us the best recovery from COVID of any major nation on earth at a time when the world has economically been struggling in the wake of COVID. The Biden economy is literally the envy of the world.
No, it isn't.
He ended the presidency of Donald Trump at one disastrous term. And he did it while being decent and civil and honorable and normal and occasionally boring at a time when boring was absolutely what we needed. And I just, his career of decades in public service as a senator and as a very successful vice president and as a phenomenally successful president, there is no single thing that he has done in that entire career that is a greater or more consequential act of service and sacrifice to this country than what he has done today. And knowing him a little bit, knowing his personality, having spoken to him, a number of times in my life, both in sort of official and unofficial capacities, I cannot see anywhere in his personality where this decision today was possible. This is the opposite of something that is natural or easy for him. He is just not built to do something like this because his superpower is being underestimated. And that's why he's been so resolute in resisting all these calls for him to drop out. But him making this decision today is to give the country a chance, a reasonable chance at not putting Donald Trump back in the White House
Girl, stop
not
it.
putting a president back in the White House who refused to leave the last time and summoned an angry mob to try to overthrow the government rather than go. This is Joe Biden saying, apparently it's not me, the one that gives us the best chance to do that. It's got to be somebody else. And so I will step aside. I'm just blown away by the sacrifice and the patriotism that this moment embodies.
Well, you're talking about being underestimated. I mean, ever since he first started running for federal office, he was at first too young to run. He just turned 30 after he was elected. He was seen as the young guy, not ready for this. And now the opposite of that spectrum calls for him to drop out because he had gotten voters thought too old. There was the 2020 race. I mean, I covered it. I was out in Iowa. I saw a lot of his campaign events, and he was underestimated then. He didn't look like he could win the nomination for the Democratic Party, let alone win the election. Again, this was right before COVID, and was certainly before South Carolina and what Congressman Clyburn was able to do with getting him over the hill in South Carolina. But underestimated is exactly how he's always felt. Remember, President Obama didn't choose him to be his successor, passed over him for Hillary Clinton. Rachel, if you're talking to Democrats who are right now really nervous, really scared about what happens next and whether the Democratic Party can come together, what would you say to them?
You know,
I think that the Democratic Party was in
sick on my stomach. I can't.
Here in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, we also are seeing some reaction from the president's granddaughter, Naomi Biden, who said, quote, "I'm nothing but proud today of my pop," referring to her nickname, of course, for the president there. And I want to bring up some reaction as well from Frank Biden, the president's younger brother, who tells ABC News that his brother's decision to step down out of the race boils down to his overall health and vitality, but also beating this genuine threat to our nation in the form of Donald Trump. Some reaction there from the Biden family.
So we're talking about Joe is stepping down because he's getting old and he ain't making good decisions. So, but we're gonna take his endorsement of Kamala as a good
it is now the top of the hour, 3
Y'all
o'clock
got to
here on the East Coast, and
we are coming on the air with
this breaking news: the historic decision by President Joe Biden announcing that he will not seek re-election, that he is dropping out of the presidential campaign, and that he is throwing his support behind his vice president, Kamala Harris. The president, in a statement, saying, "We have made great progress as a nation and that it has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." The president also indicating that he will speak to the nation later this week and have more detail about his decision. Let's go now to our chief White House correspondent, Nancy Cordes, at the White House with new details. Nancy?
Nora, you just read from that letter that the president sent and that went out publicly at 1:45 this afternoon. Well, I just learned from a top White House official that senior campaign and White House officials were informed of his decision right before that letter went out. He said he'd been reflecting on it for the past couple of days and that this information was closely held. We still don't have much timing on when the president plans to make an address to the public. Keep in mind, he's still got COVID. He is isolating at his home in Rehoboth, but I'm told it should be sometime later this week.
And Nancy, what about the vice president? I understand that she was just in Cape Cod at a multi-million-dollar fundraiser. Where is she today? What's happening inside her group of advisors?
She has had to be so careful these past 3 weeks to be out there on the trail campaigning as if nothing has changed. At no point did she want to look like she was gunning for this job or hoping for the president to step aside, and yet she had to continue to be a vigorous campaigner pushing for the Biden-Harris ticket. And I anticipate that she is going to continue to not want to get out ahead of the president. president. She has to now launch into a lightning sprint between now and Election Day, and yet with the president holed up with COVID, she's going to want to be very careful until he's had his opportunity to get out there and explain in a more fulsome way to the American people why he has decided to step aside and why he has decided to throw the weight of his support behind Kamala Harris.
Nancy Cordes at the White House, thank you for that perspective and new reporting. Robert Costa is here. Robert?
I've been texting and speaking with members of the inner circle of Vice President Harris. She is now perhaps the most important political figure in the United States. The assumed Democratic nominee, the first female to serve as the Democratic presidential nominee since Secretary Hillary Clinton in 2016. Her team and her closest friends are telling CBS News this afternoon that she is prepared to be the nominee to take on former President Trump at a debate, that they believe she is a strong debater, that she proved her chops when she was on the Senate Judiciary Committee grilling nominees for the Supreme Court, and that she was a prosecutor in California going back to her days in San Francisco. Her inner circle said she has been careful in recent days, but she has also been thinking ahead to the possibility as these calls and discussions have picked up speed. She expects former President Obama, President Biden in particular, to be out on the campaign trail for her. And there's also a belief right now inside Vice President Harris's inner circle that they could put former President Trump on the ropes, that he has so far in the past few days attacked her on personal characteristics, attacked her laugh at his latest campaign rally, called her laughing Kamala Harris. And they believe those kind of attacks, which are personal, will not stick with the kind of swing voters that are ultimately perhaps going to decide this election in the key battleground states.
Robert Costa, thank you. Also with us, checking in with many of his sources, Ed O'Keefe. And Ed, what can you tell us at this hour?
Nora, good to be with you. There is a meeting underway of the Democratic National Committee senior leadership amid the unexpected news, at least unexpected to many of them. There was a meeting going on this afternoon that was designed to sort of put the finishing touches on the convention planning, which is 4 weeks from tomorrow.
Not at all.
But they did not get enough heads up, and in this meeting weren't able to at least address this. But we know that the DNC chairman, Jamie Harrison, convened his top brass very quickly. And in that other meeting, when the word came, said he was quite emotional about it. They have put out a statement here just a moment ago, and let me read from this because these are the people that are going to have to set out the rules of the road for the next few weeks. It says in part, Democrats are prepared and united in our resolve to win in November. As we move forward to formally select our party's nominee, our values as Democrats remain the same. He says later, we have and will continue to make this case to the American people. The American people will hear from the Democratic Party on next steps in the path forward for the nomination process. In other words, they don't quite yet know what to do. While the president has endorsed the vice president, to Bob's point earlier, that many may be standing down, given that announcement, there's a few reasons for that. One, you only got 4 weeks left. And that's a gargantuan task to try to take on a sitting vice president who's sitting on roughly $200 million, give or take, maybe less than that now, because her name is on the campaign's official title. Technically, a handful of money would go to her. And so she could use that conceivably in these next 4 weeks should she be challenged. Keep an eye instead on the race for running mate. There are a handful of governors who I've learned this afternoon have been contacted. The one I know for certain, at least in a reportable way, is the New Jersey governor, Phil Murphy, who was among those fielding inquiries and entertaining them, in part reminding people that he has a foreign policy background, given he was once ambassador to Germany. Others that will be considered include the governors of Kentucky, Andy Beshear, Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, potentially Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan, and Governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker is the kind of guy that if he really wanted to, could cut himself a $200 million check and mount a challenge himself. But the early word from his staff is they didn't know either. We do now know also, Nora, real quick, that he did inform at least a handful of people before this letter went out over social media. There was one senior party official who said he got a call from someone close to the president, made clear he was going to do this and intended to nominate or to endorse the vice president. So there was some early heads up given to a small handful of senior party leadership responsible for the order of things, raising money, operations and whatnot. We know over at the White House, however, that many staffers learned about this the way the rest of the world did over social media. Nora.
And let me ask you about this, Ed, and I think we could all sort of discuss this. It's my understanding, though, that the rules at the convention, President Biden cannot simply transfer the nomination to his running mate. He drops out of the race. There are some almost 4,000 Democratic delegates now that were selected, that were bound to President Biden, that they are now essentially free agents. Now, Biden-Harris is the name of the campaign. She will get the, tens and millions of dollars that have been donated to the campaign. But is there a threat to her getting the nomination?
So what is the situation now is people have run for delegate across the country. And if they ran as Biden delegates, they are now what is called pledged delegates ahead of the convention in Chicago. It's important to note that if you are a pledged delegate, you are elected in our system, but it is by no means legally binding. So to your point, yes, legally speaking, is there an opening for someone to come in on a first ballot vote that is somewhat fluid and say, I want the pledged delegates to walk away from their pledge? Yes, that's very possible. And someone could mount a candidacy saying, I want people on the first ballot to discard their pledge. But this is a political process where these delegates are under enormous pressure to follow through in the faith of the Biden campaign, politically speaking. And if President Biden is now directing his delegates essentially to go with Vice President Harris, they could move in a different direction. But there's no one now making a move against Vice President Harris. And it would take a real insider who could pull and yank pledged delegates away from President Biden's decision. And remember, these people who run for delegates are the most loyal Democrats to Biden in the country. So to your point, it is possible someone could challenge her, but not likely.
And you have called this political suicide, Margaret, based on what people have said to you. Who would challenge what could be the first Black woman and Asian American to become president of the United States? What would that mean for the disunity that already exists in the Democratic Party? Is there a collective thought that they must now unite as a party in order to defeat Donald Trump?
There is a desire to take this public embarrassment that has been the past 3 weeks of disarray and dispute within the party, and in the next 3 weeks be able to clean it up so that at the convention they can shift the conversation to unity and to messaging. They just saw a very well-orchestrated Republican National Convention and a message of Republican unity there after, during a primary where the Republicans were not united. So the emphasis here from those I've spoken to so far is at least there is the intention to try to make this about issues, to try to make this about next generation, about fresh blood, about understanding, and that there's a lot of focus on who that vice presidential selection would be to join Kamala Harris on this ticket. Bob made a great point earlier in terms of that backbone of the Democratic Party, Black women. And that is about really leaning into the strength there, not wanting to in any way undercut the vice president, but they know they have a problem with the working class, the white working class male vote. There is going to be a real focus on trying to bring that in. When we talk about some of these names that are being floated, whether it's the Kentucky governor, Andy Beshear, or the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, those are states where there is this emphasis on can they speak to that vote. You see their possible vice presidential picks. This is speculative at this point. It is going to be Kamala Harris.
Well, it's more than speculative. It's already happening. We're getting reporting at CBS News, someone close to Vice President Harris telling CBS they would like to see Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer picked as the vice presidential nominee. This is one of her longtime allies to double down as a female ticket against former President Donald Trump, who has been found liable of rape in civil court, who has had different allegations thrown at him in many decades. So there's already a feverish activity behind the scenes to get people on the ticket. This is tough. This is a compressed time window. And it's amazing to me how just within minutes, people are setting up their camps to try to get on the ticket. But we have to come back to the point. Well, as political reporters, I'm highly interested in who is the running mate for Vice President Harris. The most important thing now is the President of the United States has said he will back his Vice President for the presidency. And the Vice President, who is a former Attorney General of California senator, is now likely going to be the Democratic nominee. This is a lot like 1968 when President Johnson pushed Hubert Humphrey towards the nomination. Presidents are using their political capital in these moments.
And what will quickly follow in a sign of Kamala Harris's strength is if the Obamas come forward and say that she is the best person to move the Democratic Party forward. What will the Clintons do next? That would be a way that could quickly send a signal to the Democratic Party that they want her to be the nominee.
Obama's allies tell CBS News there's no doubt he is going to be supportive. Think about this. Vice President Harris got to know then Senate candidate Obama when he was a state senator running for the U.S. Senator in 2004. He would come to California for fundraisers and got to know this rising star in San Francisco named Kamala Harris. They became so close that when he ran for the presidency as a Californian, she flew to Iowa to campaign for then candidate Obama. They are close personal friends. It would be shocking if he didn't go out there again and again for her.
But to your point, Nora, there is concern among some Democrats I've spoken to that this cannot look like a coronation. This cannot look like what happened at the Republican convention, where unity was really sublimating to Donald Trump. There is a part of the party that wants to see this look open, transparent, and have
the Senator Bernie Sanders wing will be watching this all. He has not issued a statement yet, at least to CBS News. Senator Bernie Sanders and that progressive wing have not always had a perfect relationship politically with Vice President Harris. Watch what Senator Sanders and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York do. If the progressives fall in line, it's all hers politically, based on our reporting.
I want to bring in Ashley Etienne. She's the former communications director for Vice President Kamala Harris and is now a CBS News political contributor. Ashley, so good to have you on this historic day. What can you tell us about what is happening behind the scenes where the vice president is at this hour?
Absolutely, Nora. It is an incredible day in American history. I just remember, Margaret's on with you. We were on Face Nation maybe 2 years ago, and the question then was whether or not she was going to be on the ticket with Joe Biden, and now she's at the top of the ticket. So much has changed in such a short period of time. It's incredible, but there's a level of excitement within the party and definitely within her own office. So now the question is, what are the plans going forward? How do we piece this together now going forward in a way that sort of stops the bleeding among these key stakeholders at the party's focus on?
Team has it too, guys. How you doing?
Calls with fundraisers. Yeah. So that's headed down the path. There's now plans for leadership on the Hill to get on conference calls today, conference calls tomorrow. Does she go to the Hill? Does the president pass the torch officially, publicly, in a way that shows that he's fully endorsing her? These are all the questions now that they're trying to figure out behind the scenes. Does he do it in a formal way at a podium, passes the torch to her? Does she deliver big remarks? The other outstanding question is this: is he going to continue? Is he going to put forth a lot of effort to secure those pledged delegates that you guys were just mentioning? Is he going to get on the phone, and is his team going to get on the phone with those folks and say, listen, we've got a plan. We've decided as a party, we need to be unified. Our unity is our strength. We need to get behind
literally for the last 10 minutes, we've been listening to these commentators.
So what's happening behind the scenes is hyper focus on what are the next steps, and then how do we stop the bleeding among those key
just transfer yourself over to her. No, that ain't how it works.
Thank you. And just moments after I said we're waiting to hear from the Clintons and the Obamas, the statement from President Clinton and Secretary Clinton released, noting that they endorse Vice President Harris and will do whatever we can to support her. The Clintons going on to say in this joint statement, we've lived through many ups and downs, but nothing has made us more worried for our country than the threat posed by a second Trump term. He has promised to be a dictator on day one, say the Clintons, and the recent ruling by his servile Supreme Court will only embolden him to further shred the Constitution. Now is the time to support Kamala Harris and fight with everything we've got to elect her. And then they end with this, the Clintons saying, America's future depends on it. Pretty strong statement from the Clintons showing their support behind Kamala Harris, noting what many people agree is a historic presidential election, perhaps the most important in generations, and what a wild couple of weeks it has been, beginning with that disastrous debate by President Biden, then the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, in which he miraculously survives and is barely hit with that bullet, a unified Republican convention, which we all just came back from, and his choice of this younger Senator J.D. Vance, who is from Ohio, spent his summers in Kentucky, and has been picked to try and court the white working class vote. However, there is already an effort underway, of course, to go back and look at J.D. Vance's record. The way he talked about the white working class in Hillbilly Elegy wasn't always complimentary. And so there certainly will be a discussion about that coming forward. And I think the Democratic Party and sources that I have spoken with, the reason that they pushed President Biden so hard is that they believe he was not vigorous enough in his pointing out and debating the record and the rhetoric being put forward by Donald Trump.
That's true. But also at this moment, there's a lot of anger among some of President Biden's closest friends. I can't emphasize enough how they feel he was pushed, and that while Democrats might on the surface be celebrating Vice President Harris's likely nomination in the coming days, there is a lot of fury among those closest to President Biden that he was forced to make this decision under pressure from allies of former President Obama, from allies of former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, from major Democratic donors. So expect in the coming days for Democrats to lock arms. We will see a cascade of statements in the next few minutes and hours of every major Democrat likely coming out and offering support for Vice President Harris, unless they're thinking about challenging her for the nomination, which we've reported is very unlikely at this hour. At the same time, watch what President Biden does in the coming days. He will be forceful, I'm told, by people at the White House to be out there on the campaign trail for her, and they don't blame her inside of the Biden inner circle for what has happened. But this is a Democratic Party that's at a fragile political moment. They do not feel that this was played in the perfect way for an 81-year-old president who has battled through so much. And so everyone's watching exactly how statements are made and how people use their time, their money, and their political capital.
Thank you. I want to point out that we are just hearing now from Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker Emeritus, in a statement saying President Joe Biden is a patriotic American who has always put our country first. In her words, his legacy of vision, values, and leadership make him one of the most consequential presidents in American history. She has not endorsed Kamala Harris in this statement, but notably praising the legacy of Joe Biden and applauding his decision to put our country first. We are now joined by the co-chair of the Biden-Harris campaign, Senator Chris Coons. Senator, thank you for joining us.
Kamala still don't get all
to be on with you. This is a critical moment in American history. And I hope today that we can focus on Joe Biden's incredible legacy of service to our nation. 50 years. He has been serving us in the Senate as vice president, as president. And today he's made a very difficult decision in the best interest of our nation to continue serving as president, to continue rolling up his sleeves and tackling the challenges that still lie ahead of us in the next 6 months, but to step aside in terms of the nomination of my party for president in order to make certain that Donald Trump is not returned to the White House. I admire, I respect, I love Joe Biden. I have worked my heart out for him on this campaign. And while this was a very hard decision, I deeply respect how it is a continuation of his lifetime of putting our country before himself. Joe Biden is the toughest fighter I've ever met. Every time he's been knocked down, he's always got up again. And the challenge of seeing this moment and of recognizing what was in the best interest of the nation was a significant challenge. I still believe he could have beaten Donald Trump, but I also know that what he's done today is in the best interests of our nation.
And Senator, what now is happening with Vice President Harris? When will we hear next from her?
I don't know her schedule today or when she'll come on TV.
Exactly.
But what matters is that President Biden has made an historic, a brave and important decision that we should reflect on his legacy and his leadership, which is the legacy of the Biden-Harris administration. As you know, I'm a member of the Judiciary Committee. We've confirmed more than 200 federal judges under the Biden-Harris administration. Vice President Harris, who served with me in the Senate on the Judiciary Committee, was a critical part of getting every one of those judges confirmed.
Most of them seasons
She's been a key part
of
the successes at home and abroad of the Biden-Harris legacy, and I think she is best positioned to carry it forward. Joe Biden, our president, spoke to that just moments ago in endorsing her. I do hope that we'll take some time today and reflect on the fact that Joe Biden is someone who in the Senate, as vice president, as president, has earned a legacy among the most important, impactful, effective presidents in our entire nation's history. And there's lots more to do. Just this coming week, he will continue to work to negotiate a ceasefire in Gaza, a hostage release and return, a path forward for the resolution of the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians in Gaza. He is someone who spent 50 years being prepared to lead our nation in this moment in Ukraine and with our NATO allies, in the Indo-Pacific, in the Middle East. And he's got 6 more months of service to complete as our president and as the most respected, most senior leader of our party.
Senator,
I look forward to campaigning hard alongside him this fall and to working with him in the Senate.
Senator, at this hour, we know that President Biden has endorsed his vice president to be the Democratic nominee. We have also heard from the Clintons in a joint statement saying they would like Kamala Harris to be the Democratic nominee. Do you expect there to be any challenge to the vice president?
Well, today I think we should focus on the legacy of Joe Biden as president. I do recognize the urgency of the moment. As we head towards our convention in Chicago in August, I think the most important thing we can do is come together.
Any person who votes without doing any research
has an incredible legacy of success and accomplishment as a senator and vice president. I do not expect a serious challenge to her nomination, but let's let that work itself out in the coming weeks and focus today on what a big contribution to our nation our president has made. He's been my mentor. He's been my friend. I am proud of him as a Delawarean, a Democrat, and an American. And I hope the folks who have been raising lots of questions and issues in the last few weeks will do what they said they would do and recognize his leadership, his legacy, and come together to support the nominee of the Democratic Party so that we come out of Chicago united. Donald Trump is a unique threat to the future of our nation. And his choice of a running mate is someone who I've served with in the Senate and who I think in terms of our continuing to stand strong behind Ukraine in their fight for freedom, to continue to advocate for the rights and liberties of Americans, shows everything we need to know. We should be focusing on the fall campaign and the threat that Donald Trump presents to the real legacy of accomplishment, fighting for the middle class, reducing prescription drug prices, combating climate change, helping veterans. Our president and vice president have gotten incredible things done. They've gotten them done through bipartisanship, too. They've reached across the aisle. They've crafted incredible legislation that's made a difference in everything from gun safety to combating climate change, to investing in manufacturing, to rebuilding this country. So for everyone who's watching, anxious, concerned about the future of our country, know that Joe Biden is a patriot who loves our nation, and know that we are positioned to carry that legacy forward this fall.
Senator Coons, it's Bob Costa. Good to see you, sir. If you could, for a moment, good to see you, respectfully put aside your role as a United States Senator and talk about Joe Biden, the President of the United States. You, more than anyone perhaps I've ever covered, understand his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. This is a retreat he goes to. The final days of this decision was not like Nixon in '74 at the residence of the White House. He went to Rehoboth Beach, your home state, to be with Jill, to talk with family members. Tell us about the importance of the site of this momentous decision in American political history. Him watching the waves at Rehoboth Beach down the street from the boardwalk and the ice cream stands, a place that he has gone to again and again, decade after personal political humiliation. He always goes back to Rehoboth, back to Delaware,
I've been trying to figure that out
to the family. And I know this was a heart-wrenching decision for him based on our reporting, but you're one of his closest friends in American politics. Give us a candid assessment of what this has really been like for him.
Bob, as you say, Joe Biden is grounded. He's grounded in his faith, in his family, and in our state. Excuse me.
Is he crying?
I'm sorry. This was a very difficult decision, and one that I think reflects the very best of who Joe Biden is. Someone who, as you put it,
like the man. He's not dead. He just wants to
It's all theater. His strength is in his family. His strength is in our community. His strength is in his faith. And as he was going through the excruciating loss of his beloved son, Bo, it was in Rehoboth, in Wilmington, in prayer, and surrounded by all who have loved and supported him for decades in Delaware, that he found strength. As he was finding his way through the tragic loss of his wife and daughter back in 1972 that began his career in the Senate, it was in Delaware and it was in his faith that he found the grounding and the strength to be able to get back up and continue. And in every chapter in his life, in politics, in service, in his family, and at home, he's been grounded. Joe Biden, more than anyone I've ever known, speaks to what is best in the American spirit, a capacity to keep going, to see challenges, but to find hope and to find strength. The folks in Delaware who've been texting me and calling me in the last few hours all want me to say to Joe Biden how much we love him, how much we admire and respect his service, and how grateful we all are for the decisions he's made over decades in his service and his tireless loyalty to our home state of Delaware. He is the greatest Delawarean in our history. And the fact that he has chosen to be grounded in our community, in our parish, in our parishes, in the traditions and history of bipartisanship and of respecting each other and of being compassionate and decent, all of that comes from our community, his family, his faith, and our traditions. And so thank you for asking. He did make the hardest decision, I suspect, of his whole life in a way that was informed by and grounded by everything that has sustained him in his decades of public service.
Senator Coons, it's Margaret Brennan, and I appreciate your emotion talking about your friend and doing so in a way that really speaks to his legacy. I'm wondering, as you talk about how painful this decision was, this was a painful and drawn out 3 weeks where it was death by 1,000 cuts.
CBS and NBC,
and he was being urged publicly to make the decision he ultimately came to. I wonder if you have any insight into what ultimately shifted for him. Was it hearing that he had, had lost the faith of some of the Democratic leadership? Was it numbers in Congress and losing races, or was it ultimately something within him that said, this is not my moment? Do you have any insight into what changed overnight?
Look, Margaret, I shouldn't get into details where I'd be speaking for our president. But I will say this. He is someone who has always fought hard. He is tough. He is a fighter. He has survived blows that would have leveled any lesser man. And so in the last few weeks, he has struggled with that instinct, that toughness, that determination to keep fighting and to keep showing what America's all about. If you read his letter that he put out today, he said he's more optimistic today than he's ever been about our nation, that together, if we unite, there's nothing we cannot do. And I think there was a tough balance there. He listened, he heard input from average folks, from folks who've loved and supported him from decades, from folks, of course, in the political spectrum all across our country. He dedicated a lot of time to listening to senators, to mayors, to House members, to governors, to advisors, to friends. But at the end of the day, I think what really mattered more than anything else was his confidence that this was the right thing for our nation. Joe Biden has always put our country first. And his ability to keep fighting these next 6 months to get things right on the world stage, to address the...
We're going to roll see what Fox talking about real quick. I do appreciate all of y'all coming to hang out while we getting this information. Again, this is something that has never happened in my lifetime.
Afterwards, we're already seeing, I think right now, I'm seeing more statements coming in of folks endorsing her. So I think the process is going to be pretty quick and feverish. I think there's going to be a lot of jockeying behind the scenes for potential vice presidential nominees. We've already heard a lot of those names floated about. Certainly, I think just logistically and practically, the vice president will go in with a lot of advantages.
Exactly.
Whether that's being able to access a lot of the money that's already been raised, she'll have the built-in donor network. So that's not to say that other folks won't step forward and try to challenge her, but I think if you were a betting person, you'd bet on her to be the Democratic nominee. Again, not to say this won't be a messy process for Democrats, but I think folks really felt like they were headed off a cliff And so obviously going with
I don't
somebody
know.
else is not
What I
a
do know
choice
is
without risk. There's
I'm
still
in Charlotte,
great
North Carolina,
uncertainty and
and Donald
risks
Trump will
there.
be having a
But I think a
rally
lot
here on
of Democrats
Wednesday,
really
and I
felt
was
as though
able
they
to
had no
secure
other
some tickets.
choice
So I will be
because
going
they
and giving
felt
out
like the
all the
trajectory of the race
information
was off.
and
Yeah,
all
Anthony,
of the
just lastly
lowdown
though, I
about
mean,
what's going to be going
the
on.
party apparatus doesn't make
I'm
a
excited.
decision like this. Joe Biden doesn't come to this decision without, the second, third, fourth order effects in mind and how they're going to play out, right? I mean, they don't just make this decision on a whim here, haphazardly, right? I mean, they think about that.
Absolutely, and I think that's probably part of what's taken us up until this point is they have tried to think about a lot of those impacts and really have wanted to hear from the wide variety of the conference. You've seen a lot of progressives call for President Biden to stand aside, but then folks like Joe Manchin, who are on the very farther side, I guess he's now an independent, but very moderate Democrats also. So really trying to sound out the party and feel like there's consensus here. I think that partially explains what's taken us so long to get to this point.
If that's
But yeah, I think there's certainly been a lot of thought as to how Democrats can minimize the disruption that changing nominees at this point in the process will cause, and how best to hit the ground running. And again, begin sort of affirmatively prosecuting the case against Donald Trump in their mind, something they haven't been able to do for the last 3 months, as this has been sort of a chaotic moment for them.
Yeah, and I did want to ask you about maybe hitting the ground running and let all the advantages the Vice President Kamala Harris has, and how Biden maybe didn't make this decision inside.
There is a hearing with
we're hearing all these statements from
Miss
Pelosi,
leader of the
from
Secret
Schumer,
Service
from
tomorrow
Senator McConnell,
at 10
from different
a.m.
people. The
I
one
think it's
person
with the
we
House
haven't
of
heard a statement from
Representatives.
right
I will
now
be streaming
is
that
Vice
as well
President
because I got to
Kamala
see what's
Harris.
going on.
Do we make anything into that? Is that curious by in your eyes?
Well, all I can tell you is that I believe I saw as I was speaking to you that a statement from her is imminent. So I don't think we'll be without her weighing in for very long. And, I think we'll hear from her pretty quickly.
All right. Anthony Dragna, thank you so much, Political Reporter. I know you're doing such a great job there on Capitol Hill. A major bombshell today in terms of this news. We appreciate you jumping on so quickly and breaking it all down for us here on Live Now.
Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, a live picture there at her residence in the Washington, D.C. area, the home of the Vice President, the Naval Observatory as well. So the maybe statement imminent, but what we do know right now is that President Biden has decided to step aside there and make room for the next person to head closer to November. Of course, we saw this statement coming in just over an hour or so ago, saying over the past 3.5 years, we've made great progress as a nation. It goes on to say, it has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. He also said, I will speak to the nation later this week in more detail.
We'll have that as well.
All right, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much.
Don't do it while I'm at the rally.
Let's slide away now for a quick 2-minute break.
I'm sorry. I took this for something. I love you. It's about to be a whole mess. It's about to be a whole mess. I'm talking about Florida right now. Some beach. Yes, Clearwater. I love Clearwater Beach. Was in Orlando last year. I don't know if I'll make it back this year. Trying to go to Tampa for my birthday. Love that beach. I'll be having a blast. Listen.
All right, welcome back in here to Live and Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we're learning this breaking news within the last 90 minutes or so, as President Biden will not seek a re-election bid, not a dropping out right now of this presidential election. Let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox as well. We're seeing just some different video, some of the most important moments of his presidency. Let's just listen into this quickly here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay.
That I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States.
the office of President of the United States
And will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
We've learned again
Lord,
democracy is precious. Democracy is fragile.
Hey, Ness
At
Press.
this hour, my
Welcome.
friends,
Yeah, child.
democracy has prevailed.
Listen, it's two spots from, you know what I'm saying, not far from me. I know they getting together. I'm gonna have to slide out there.
We will
know they
get
getting together.
through this. We will defeat
Just
this
because I'm
pandemic.
nosy.
And to a nation waiting for action, let me be the clearest on this point. Help is on the way. Good afternoon.
All right, you're just listening into there some key moments of his presidency, including there being sworn in some now almost 4 years ago as we continue here on Live and Now from Fox. I do want to just continue to touch on what we're learning here, the historical nature of today, of this moment, as he will not seek a re-election bid. I do want to put up just a couple of these images right now as he continues to recover from that COVID positive diagnosis in Delaware. He remained there and is expected to maybe provide more detail on this decision in the coming weeks. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox to learn more about this, including the maybe historical nature of this. Let's bring in right now to the conversation presidential historian Talmadge Boston. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I think maybe a lot of people think back to 1968 when Johnson decided not to run for re-election. What was your reaction when we heard the news? And maybe can you put a historical spin on what we're learning today?
Well, it was shocking.
Let's see what we got.
Through this morning, I was on Fox Live Now this morning with Janae, and everything that I had read and heard and seen was that Biden was dug in, that he was planning on resuming his campaign across the country as soon as COVID would allow him to, that he was very angry with the Democratic leaders who were trying to push him out, particularly Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama. And so I was shocked. I don't know what tipped the scales, as I said on Fox Live Now this morning.
From her in a little while,
obviously, when all your major donations have been cut, when with each passing day, more and more members of your party's congressional representatives are publicly saying you need to withdraw. With each poll, it shows your chances of defeating Donald Trump in November are growing worse by the day. Finally, this combination of facts apparently was enough to get him to recognize the obvious, and that is he needed to drop out.
Talmadge, Andrew Kraft here. Thanks for joining us at such short notice. I guess my question to you is this. Biden becomes a lame duck president after today. So is July 21st, 2024, the end of Joe Biden's political career? Is his political obituary being written right now?
Wow, not the obituary.
I think it is, and the obituary is now going to read a lot better because he didn't insist on playing this ill-fated desire to stay on for another term for any longer. Obviously, with each passing day, it was impacting his future historical legacy. It was also certainly going to impact the willingness of Democrats and his supporters to want to support a presidential library when his presidency ends. So this is part of the decision. He finally recognized the obvious, and that is, obviously, he wants a presidential library. He wants to be remembered favorably in history. And so he did what was necessary to do that, because there's no way that staying in, ever since the debate, he's demonstrated he's not going to get better. He's not going to get more articulate, more eloquent. He's not going to be able to complete sentences. He no longer has the capacity to do that.
So, Talmadge, I wanted to ask
you're
as
saying
well
that he
here.
did this for him,
This
not for
was
the people.
purely a legacy decision, or were there other political implications at play about electability, about the viability of a Harris nomination and maybe a Harris presidency here? We know it's Sunday. We know Joe Biden is a deeply devout Catholic. Of course, I would imagine there in Rehoboth Beach, he was in the pews today thinking about this. Walk us through, you study this. Presidents don't give up power very easily. They don't go quietly into the night, do they?
Well, they don't, but as you mentioned earlier, I mean, Lyndon Johnson made the decision not to run for another term. He was basically pushed out of office for another term, given how incredibly unpopular his escalation of the Vietnam War had been, and how it was becoming more and more known that he had lied to the American people repeatedly about what was going on in Vietnam, and his chances of winning were declining, particularly with Robert Kennedy entering the race. And so he read all the tea leaves and decided that it didn't make any sense to seek another term. And that's what Joe Biden has done. He's finally, it took him a long time, but he's finally read the tea leaves.
This dude right here don't care.
That there was no good end game for him by staying in the race. Every aspect of his legacy, his presidential library, his damage to his party's chances of potentially beating Donald Trump in November, all of these factored into his decision.
Yeah, and let's talk about this, because you just talked about legacy and what came before, some 50 years there on Capitol Hill. But what comes next in terms of it? As Vice President Kamala Harris likely going to be the nominee, although it's not a 100% thing, as the kind of convention coming up very soon over the next month in Chicago. Can you give us an understanding what comes next
I'd rather
for the
see
Democratic
her.
Party, and maybe
honest.
how much
rather
do they
see her.
need to get behind a candidate, even if that candidate is Vice President Kamala Harris?
Well, we all know who the Democratic Party leaders are. They're Nancy Pelosi, they're Chuck Schumer, they're Barack Obama, they're Bill Clinton. And presumably these leaders are going to have some kind of a Zoom call to figure out, where do we go from here? What's our process going to be? Are we going to have some kind of an open primary? Or are we all going to join forces and unanimously say, we want Kamala to be the successor? We're all in on Kamala. And if they take that position, will the rest of the Democratic Party follow them? All of this is unprecedented. There's no way to predict it in advance. We don't know how unified these people are toward this breaking news. And so it's going to take a few days for them to figure out exactly what their game plan is. But certainly Kamala Harris is the most likely successor. And of course, she doesn't exactly have a distinguished record as vice president to be able to hold herself out as somebody who's going to be a strong debater against Trump or anybody else. And so there are other very capable, very smart potential Democratic nominees, and whether they want to throw their hat in the ring. Again, we're just waiting hour by hour as you are and everybody else, what's coming next with no historical script to anyway guide us.
Oh, no, that's so interesting. So you're a student of history. You've written about history. You're a historian. You don't think there's a historical script right now guiding us. I find that so interesting as well. We're getting statements in from former President Barack Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama. We can put that up on the screen here. We're going to read it. It's a very lengthy statement as well, kind of extolling the Biden presidency, his record. We'll get to that in just a moment. I guess my question to you is this. When you talk about legacy and when you talk about how, Biden was quite apprehensive and quite defiant about making such a decision. He finally did. When the history books are written, and I would even urge maybe you should write a book about the week that has been in American politics here. Will Biden be perceived, as like he is right now, a hero that, he put country over party, that he put a country over himself here? Do you think that's going to kind of materialize in real time? Because we have seen it. We have seen some of these Democrats kind of lauding that, Biden was not self-serving at all, that he did this in the best interests of the country here. I know it's hard to kind of tease out some of these scenarios here,
but certainly
what do you
all the Democratic Party leaders are going to be singing his praises, thanking him for his service, claiming he's had an outstanding presidency, he's an American hero, et cetera, which is all malarkey. If he's such an outstanding president, why does he have 37% approval ratings? Why do 75% of the American people think he does not have the mental capacity to pursue another term? So there's going to be a lot of gloss to try to paint this picture as well as it can be painted. But the reality is he never should have stayed president this long. His mental acuity is obviously in serious decline. He can't complete a sentence. He gets lost, and our country is at great risk with our commander-in-chief in this kind of mental condition. So hopefully we'll be able to muddle through until January when whoever the next president becomes inaugurated. So you can expect all of this messaging, but you also have to step back and realize what was really going on. What's really going on is the cover-up of his lack of mental acuity was revealed at the presidential debate, and in each succeeding opportunity for him to try to show that he was not that bad off, he demonstrated, no, he really is that bad off. And so he was going nowhere. He had no real choice. If he had any desire to have anything good happen for the rest of his political career and his legacy, he had to make this decision.
And a decision he made today on this Sunday, just about 2 hours ago. All right, Talmadge Boston, thank you so much for breaking it down in terms of historical context. We appreciate your time here on Live Now.
My pleasure.
All right, thank you so much. Again, a live look there one more time at Delaware, as that is the location President Biden is right now after being diagnosed or a positive COVID test coming back earlier in this week while campaigning on the West Coast. And like my colleague Andrew Kraft said, we're hearing new statements from a variety of different people, including former President Barack Obama. I want to put up just this here on Live Now from Fox and read what he said.
Got all these people in a position where they got to say something good.
Talking about Joe Biden has been one of America's most consequential presidents, as well as a dear friend and partner to me. Today, we have also been reminded once again that he's a patriot of the highest order. He said 16 years ago when I began my search for vice president, I knew that Joe's remarkable career in public service, but one I came to admire more was his character, his deep empathy and hard-earned resilience, his fundamental decency and belief that everyone counts. Since taking office, President Biden has displayed the character again and again. He helped end the pandemic, created millions of jobs, lowered the cost of prescription drugs, passed the first major piece of gun safety legislation in 30 years, made the biggest investment to address climate change in history, and fought to ensure the rights of working people to organize their fair wages and benefits. Internationally, he restored America's standing in the world, revitalized NATO, mobilized the world to stand up against Russia aggression in Ukraine. That's a statement there from the former President Barack Obama. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break.
Now, wasn't the consensus that his jab mandate was harmful to the economy because the majority of the American citizens did not want to take the jab? And that is what took the economy so long to get up and going again, is because people were hesitant about taking the jab. We did. That's what I say, because Barack, and Barack wasn't good for me economically. So, about when Trump get locked up, that's another play. Listen, he's not getting locked up for any of that. Not one bit.
All right, welcome back in
It
here
would
to
be
Live
on
Now from
real,
Fox.
but
I'm
yeah,
Andy Mack.
right.
Thank you so much for joining us. And we're learning more and more about this major breaking news as President Joe Biden will not seek re-election. We're learning this news here on this Sunday afternoon as a very major historical construct. I do want to put up a couple live shots right now out of Delaware where Biden is recovering there from that COVID positive test. He was on the campaign trail earlier this week in Las Vegas, Nevada. Of course, lots of different reaction now coming in from across the world. Different lawmakers, different people there on the ground in Capitol Hill expressing maybe their support for Vice President, also maybe notably who isn't expressing their support now for the Vice President, Kamala Harris. Let's continue on. My colleague Andrew Kraft here bringing into the conversation. You're learning more about some of the timing of this decision, maybe why now, Andrew Kraft? Give us a breakdown of this.
Yeah, so our friend there at Fox News Digital, Brooke Singman, is reporting a source familiar telling Fox that as of last night, the message from Biden and those around him was, quote, all systems go, and the campaign, quote, full speed ahead. And then at around 1:45 p.m., he notified senior team members he had changed his mind, according to that source to Fox News Digital.
I mean, even
The source also telling Brooke Singman the campaign staffers
he's still fried.
denying
He
reports
got
of
no
Biden
protection now.
suspending his
He ain't even
campaign
president
over the
no more. Can't
last
do
several
that.
days were all going off good information and what they had been told at the time. Because that was a phenomenon over the last week, Andy, where reporting would come in from so many different outlets that the decision is getting ever closer, that Biden is about to make the decision. And then you had many, senior campaign staffers, senior White House staffers kind of ridicule some of these reporters on, X and Facebook saying, no, everything is still, plans as usual. The course remains. We're still in this. Even Jen O'Malley Dillon on Friday on MSNBC on Friday morning said he's in it to win it. Joe Biden said on Friday, even he put out his own statement saying he's getting back on the campaign trail sometime later this week. And of course, we're just getting the news about now almost 2 hours ago that he has withdrawn from the race. And we're getting so many statements. And to your point, Andy, we just got the Barack and Michelle Obama statement, which I just want to note did not offer an endorsement of Kamala Harris as the nominee. It was a very lengthy statement. So, we're reading the tea leaves in these statements, which Democrats are mentioning Harris in their statements and which are not. I don't know if that's somewhat of a indication or bellwether about where the party is on Harris as the nominee, but I find it interesting nonetheless here. And we were told in some reports as well that a statement from Harris herself is imminent, but we don't have any timing on that. We haven't heard from her yet in any capacity.
Yeah, that the timing of that, according to Brooke there, about 1:45, he changed his mind, ultimately deciding. And of course, there was reporting that he hadn't even had conversations about that. That was a little bit tongue-in-cheek over the last couple of weeks as well. Let's continue on with this conversation, Andrew Kraft, about all of this, about the reaction from different people on Capitol Hill, this coming after the RNC, where the Republican Party certainly very united there behind their candidate, Donald J. Trump, the former president as well. Let's continue on. Let's bring into the conversation right now Stephanie Lai, Bloomberg reporter. We appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox, and we're learning the reaction, maybe the timing of it, maybe what pushed Biden to make this decision. Was it some of the voices from the likes of Obama, Pelosi, Schumer, or was it the polls, maybe in your eyes?
You know, it really seems like a lot of this discussion happened after many senior level Democrats weighed in on this matter. When it was just rank and file members chiming in, there wasn't much impetus for President Biden to seriously consider any threats to his candidacy. But just given the news this last week with him having a positive COVID test, and now these calls from a lot of his colleagues, it really seems like the tide had turned and ultimately led to the news that we had today.
Stephanie, Andrew Kraft here. Have you seen any Democrats who disagree with this decision, who want Biden to stay in? I've seen one in John Fetterman. It seems like he doesn't like this decision here. Is that going to be a faction or a wing amongst Democrats who didn't want to see Biden go?
It is interesting because it does seem like a lot of the people who were very strongly in Biden's camp haven't quite weighed in yet. So I think you have a point that we might see more people react in this way. But ultimately, it seems like a lot of the reactions we've seen so far is just pushing for unity, that Biden had done something selfless in stepping down. And instead of anointing Kamala Harris, even though he did endorse her, it seems like a lot of people are hoping to see some sort of movement or some sort of possibly a mini primary before the DNC really weighs in on who is their nominee.
Yeah, and you mentioned the word unity, and you were covering the RNC from Milwaukee as they nominated former President Donald Trump, J.D. Vance as vice president. Can you maybe contrast what we're looking at between the two parties right now? What happened in Milwaukee and potentially what's to come in Chicago with the Democratic National Convention?
Contrast is the perfect word here. The RNC was carefully orchestrated in almost every single moment was enacted exactly how they were hoping it to happen. We'd seen speech after speech just praising Donald Trump for surviving his assassination attempt and everything that he's done in his former administration. And all the delegates went directly to him. He even invited Governor Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley to speak, which really showed a moment of unity for the party because they were his most ardent opponents in the primary election. And meanwhile, when we look at Democrats, we're going towards a Democratic National Convention in less than 3 weeks that really doesn't seem to have a nominee set in place yet. So I do think it's going to be a pretty big fight, although it seems like the Biden administration is trying to push Kamala Harris to at least allow for some sort of a smooth transition.
Stephanie, now that Biden has withdrawn, there's so many kind of second and third order effects that this has created that Democrats have to reckon with and find a solution for. You mentioned there, and we were reporting this last week, that this idea had been bandied about to hold some type of mini primary. Not many people know what that would look like. I'm wondering, and I'm getting this question a lot, is the virtual roll call still happening? I mean, why would you need the virtual roll call anymore if Biden's not at the top of the ticket and now the floodgates have been thrown open? So that's another question I have. Also, we're in Veep stakes territory again. The Veep stakes, of course, the decision-making process the nominee does and goes through to pick their running mate. We just ended one Veep stakes last Monday. J.D. Vance got the pick from Trump. This one has opened yet again for the Democrats here. So they have to reckon with that, whoever the nominee is as well. So going into Chicago in late August, we really don't know what it's going to look like, do we? I mean, it's still on as of now, but I would imagine that it's going to be very, very different from the RNC we saw in Milwaukee.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. I haven't heard anything just yet about what the planning is for the virtual roll call. It does seem like, as you mentioned, that wouldn't be necessary given that Biden is not going to be on the ticket. And so it doesn't seem like they would try to rush that system because that roll call would happen in less than 2 weeks, which is quite a significantly expedited timeline for the situation that we're in right now. And I think to the other point about Veep stakes reopening, all that is to say that we have a very hectic news cycle ahead of us. Not only do we have to figure out who the top of the ticket will be, we have to figure out their running mate, and then we have to convene the DNC. And while the Trump campaign had, really locked down planning for the RNC weeks and weeks in advance, they tapped a handful of speakers and vetted several people, probably even a month before it actually happened. That's not a timeline that Democrats get to work on.
Yeah, that is so very true as well. And of course, maybe Kamala Harris there rises amongst the rest to earn the top of the ticket. And it'll be interesting maybe who she has to pick as well. Let's talk about Kamala Harris as well, because we've already heard from Biden immediately after saying he will stand down and not seek re-election. He almost immediately posted this on social media saying, "My fellow Democrats, I have decided not to accept the nomination and to focus my energies, the duties of my president for the remainder of my term. My first decision was the party in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as a vice president, and it's been my best decision." He threw his weight behind her as well. We have not heard any statement from her as well. Is that maybe suspect to you? Is that surprising that we have not heard any statement from Biden, as maybe they were expected to be in lockstep? We have not heard from Harris. Is that suspect to you at all?
I don't think it necessarily is suspect, given the fact that this news broke, less than 2 hours ago. It probably is more of the fact that people are really scrambling to figure out what the next step is. And so, as Andrew mentioned, there is reporting that a statement is coming shortly. And even the Biden campaign staffers haven't been briefed on the situation yet. They haven't had their all-staff meeting yet. And so I think really we just need to give it a little bit more time to get more clarity on the situation.
Yeah, and I have to ask that in terms of that is maybe people supporting Kamala Harris. We've heard from Biden and other people, but maybe also people not throwing their support. How much of a battle do you think it would be or will be come that convention time to see who the candidate
None of the people
will
they
be?
named, I had to look a lot of them up.
I guess it is too soon to say. It seems like all of the potential
no.
contenders to replace Biden have
Again,
really
unless
thrown their
Jesus
weight
coming,
in
it
support of
ain't
Biden.
happening.
They haven't quite signaled what their intentions are yet. And especially given the fact that Kamala Harris does have the advantage of being the sitting vice president, and that campaign laws would allow her to take over the funding that the Biden-Harris campaign has raised so far, it does seem like she does have an upper hand in the situation.
Yeah, Stephanie and Andy, talking about some of the reporting coming in from some of these, names that have been bandied about that, could be the nominee, Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan, Gavin Newsom of California. There's reporting to suggest that they are not throwing their names into contention here. And Stephanie, you mentioned the timing of all of this. Jonathan Martin in Politico and others are there at the New York Times have said 30 minutes before Biden sent out the letter and made this decision, senior campaign advisors were calling delegates to shore up their support. That just goes to show you, how quick this all unfolded there as well. But I had to make this comment too, because a campaign is a huge apparatus, a lot of money, millions of dollars, campaign ads and advertisements on TV, on digital, signage, stickers, yard signs, all of that. When you talk about the dislocation and the disunity in the Democratic Party, that all has to be changed because that is no longer operative. Biden-Harris is not a thing after today, is it?
It wasn't a thing before today.
Yeah, I do think you bring up very good points there. Really, what happens for the next 4 weeks until we get to the convention is sort of, up in the air now. And a lot of these questions don't have clear and succinct answers.
Yeah, that is so very true as well. All right, Stephanie, anything else that you'd like to add? Because it is going to be a very interesting 100 days. And I know you were at the RNC, so maybe your focus is on that side of the party as well. Is this maybe, it might seem a little bit odd to think, but is this maybe favorable
did a good
to
job.
the Democrats? Because I think
job.
Trump and the Republican Party wanted to face Biden come November. They wanted to go up against him in a rematch. Maybe, is there any silver lining? Can the Democrats take this
and watch
as
every
a
night of the
pro-format?
RNC here on I-78.
It really well could be the case that they benefit from this. A huge part of the conversation before was the fact that Donald Trump and Joe Biden were, advanced in their age, and the fact that Biden is older than Trump was something that the Trump campaign had played into their favor. And should the candidate be someone who's in their 30s or 40s, that's not an argument that they can necessarily make anymore. But in speaking with Trump's advisors, from the messaging that they put out, it really does seem like the campaign is ready to take on whichever candidate they have to take on. Their argument might not be the fact that their opponent is too old to lead the nation, but it might just be that policies aren't aligned with what everyday Americans are looking for.
All right, that is a very, very good point as well. And Stephanie, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate your time. You're breaking it all down here. Very interesting and historical day in terms of Biden not seeking a re-election. Thanks again.
Like a stance on COVID.
Right, thank you so much. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. A very, very big day. And as we were just talking with Stephanie Lai there from Bloomberg about Vice President Kamala Harris releasing a statement talking about her effort to now earn the nomination as well. I want to put up this tweet here on Live and Now from Fox as, of course, Kamala Harris saying, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination." Girl. She goes on to say in this statement, "On behalf of the American people, I thank Joe Biden for his extraordinary leadership as president of the United States and for his decades of service to our country. His remarkable legacy of accomplishment is unmatched in modern American history, surpassing the legacy of many presidents who have served two terms in office."
Yeah, that's why he made
it. It is profound honor to serve as his vice president. I'm deeply grateful for the President, Dr. Biden, and the entire Biden family. I first came to know President Biden.
I know Jill
through his
glad
son,
to show
Beau.
with.
We were friends from our days working together at attorneys general in our home states. As we worked together, Beau would tell stories about his dad, the kind of father, the kind of man he was. And the qualities Beau revered in his father are the same qualities, the same values I have seen every single day in Joe's leadership as president: his honesty and integrity, his big heart and commitment to his faith and his family, and his love of our country and the American people. With his selfless and patriotic act, President Biden is doing what he has done throughout his life of service, putting the American people
Because the
and
whole
our
thing was
country
about
above
getting
everything
new
else.
voters.
I'm honored to have
but
President
what they
Biden's
don't
endorsement,
seem
and my
to
intention
want to
is to
understand
earn
is
and
they've
win the
done this
nomination.
before. They
Over the
get
past
all,
year,
they
I have
bring all
traveled
them
across
people
the
over here.
country talking
First
with
thing they
Americans
do
about the
is
clear
bleach their
choice
hair blonde
in this
and go sign up as
momentous
Republicans.
election.
So
And
what's the
that
point?
is what I will continue to do in the days and weeks ahead. I will
I
do
can't
everything
tell
in my
y'all
power to
last time
unite the
I
Democratic
seen
Party
somebody
and unite our nation to defeat
Mexican
Donald Trump and his extreme
Latin or
Project
Spanish or
2025
whatever
agenda. We
descent
have
with their own hair
107
color. Every
days
time I
until
turn
the
around,
election.
they walk
Together
around
we
here
will
platinum
fight,
blonde.
and together we will win. So
First
that was
thing
a
they
statement
do
there from the Vice President Kamala Harris as
is
she
act like they ain't
plans
from where they
to
from.
move forward with this, as we will watch it over the next
Yeah, we're gonna need
107
America to be
days, which will
closed.
go
We closed.
rapidly as well. Less than 16 weeks until the election. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this.
All right, Andy, we're gonna see what else going on. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. We're gonna see what else happening. Yeah, the NBC was on. They had a few things to say. Yeah. NBC is popping. Yep.
Vice President Kamala Harris end up taking the top of the ticket. She, of course, would inherit that war chest that the Biden campaign has built over the course of the last year or so. But there are others potentially who could be in the mix, and notably top Senate and House Democrats, while expressing admiration and gratitude for President Biden for what he's done, have largely stopped short of endorsing Harris as well so far, Ryan.
Yeah, and including on that list, the former President Barack Obama, who's also endorsing an open process and has yet to come right out and support Vice President Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket. I think we find ourselves in a situation here, Hallie, and the one thing that seems to resonate with me more than anything in this flurry of statements that we've received from Democratic members of Congress and prominent Democratic politicians over the last 2 hours since the announcement was made by President Biden that he's not going to seek re-election is an overwhelming sense and yearning for the party to unify and to unify as soon as possible. And yes, more than have not have come out and said that they believe that Vice President Kamala Harris should be the eventual nominee. But you see baked into a lot of these statements a recognition that there does need to be some sort of a process, perhaps even a competition before she is just given the responsibility of taking over this party's nomination and then subsequently taking on Donald Trump in the fall election. And so how that manifests itself, it seems pretty clear that party leaders are still trying to figure out. This is uncharted territory that we find ourselves in. There hasn't been a situation like this in decades. And so whether that means that Kamala Harris, who's already made it clear that she's prepared to fight for that nomination, is challenged by someone else, they go to the convention and she wins it easily. But there is this recognition of a process that remains to be seen. No one else at this point has raised their hand and said that they want to be part of that conversation. So the early stages of this show, first of all, the Democrats seem to be somewhat relieved that President Biden has decided to exit the stage. Many of them feel they're applauding his record of service. They feel fortunate to have worked with him. They call his record as president a successful one, but they do seem happy and satisfied that he's decided to hand over the mantle to someone else. The question is, how does a Vice President Kamala Harris become the Democratic nominee? There's a logistical question that needs to be answered in terms of how that process plays itself out, Hallie. But then there's also a support question that needs to be answered. Does she have the support of the Democratic Party writ large? It seems to be an answer to both of these questions that Democratic leaders want to get answers to as soon as possible.
And Ryan, let me just read the statement from Vice President Harris that is coming into us in literally the last 5 minutes. After thanking President Biden for his service and for what he's done for this country, the Vice President says, I'm quoting her here. She says, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination." She later says that she will do everything in her power to unite the Democratic Party and unite our nation to defeat Donald Trump and what she describes as his extreme Project 2025 agenda. Let me go to Monica Alba, who is live for us outside the White House here. Monica, help us understand how this came together, because the signals, even as recently as Friday, Saturday, just about 48 hours ago, had been that President Biden and his top campaign staff seemed fairly defiant and fairly dug in that he would continue to remain in this race despite those calls for him to withdraw.
Hallie, even a couple of hours and minutes before this statement came down formally from President Biden, those who were working for him thought that he was completely committed to staying in this fight and staying in this race. And I have to tell you that even some very senior leadership last night was under the impression that the president was going to continue with his reelection effort. Even this morning, there were key surrogates who are close to the president who were on the airwaves saying there shouldn't be any debate here about a decision. He's made his decision, and that is to remain in the race. So it did come as a surprise to some. I can tell you, according to a source with direct knowledge of the situation, that the president told his most senior team around 1:45 p.m. Eastern today that he had changed his mind. And it was mere moments later that we saw the letter post on his social media account announcing that to the entire world. So it was very closely held. Now, we know that he did have a conversation with Vice President Harris ahead of the announcement, where obviously they spoke about this. And now, as you just alluded to in that statement from the vice president, it is clear that this larger question about how this works next is the major one. And even if President Biden has fully endorsed his vice president to be the Democratic nominee, we're seeing some signals from key Democratic leadership, from former President Obama, that there needs to be a moment here where things don't get rushed necessarily, because they want to be sure that this process also appears democratic. They want to make sure that if there were someone to come out and say, I would like to challenge Vice President Harris for this nomination, that process could play out. And we should point out, according to somebody familiar with former President Obama's thinking, that they're going back to how this all played out in 2020, when there was an open primary and when Joe Biden was still going through that process. Even if it seemed clear that former President Obama would back Joe Biden, he waited until, at the time, Senator Bernie Sanders formally ended his candidacy. And it was—
Let me go ahead and say it and get it on record. A non-Caucasian woman will never be president before a Caucasian woman. It ain't happening. You need too many votes for that. It's too many people ain't going for that. So this here is just, we got to have somebody here to get this election, you know what I'm saying, ratified, and we gonna hopefully regroup and try this again in 4 years. Back to the regular schedule program.
Actual roll call nomination for the party even before that, sometime before August 7th. So all of this is going to probably play out in a fairly short amount of time and days. But I think that's a little bit about what you're seeing. And also from people who are very close to the former president, Barack Obama, and to President Biden now that I've spoken with, they want to be sure that this moment is about Joe Biden and about this incredibly difficult decision that he has made, and about this moment to try to take stock in what has occurred historically. And so I think the next also major moment that we could see here is when we learn more about how President Biden comes out and addresses all of this in a speech to the nation. He can't do that today because he is still positive for COVID and isolating in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, with a very sore throat, with some hoarseness and a cough, we understand. But we do expect that that will take place at some point in the coming days, and they're already discussing venue, length, message for all of that. Hallie.
Monica, that's critical reporting and exactly the question that I was going to get to with you, because remember, President Biden is, of course, recovering from that COVID diagnosis. It sounds like, reading between the lines, Monica, he's maybe not full voice right now, and they want to give him a beat to get to that point before he addresses the nation on something so critically significant.
Exactly. And that is what is so wild, to add to the list of extraordinary things and events that have taken place since that June 27th debate, which I think will go down in history as one of the most consequential decisions for any re-election campaign, because it was the Biden team that came out and said, we want to have a debate in June. We want to face Donald Trump earlier than your typical general election debate season. And because of that dismal and really poor debate performance, this larger conversation started about whether he should stay at the top of the ticket. And now here we are. And yes, nobody perhaps could have predicted that just a couple of days ago, the president would then be sidelined with COVID and have to get off the campaign trail to have some of these really, really, really maybe uncomfortable and difficult and personal discussions about his future. And we know, Hallie, that some of the people who have been around him and been counseling him most closely are his family. First Lady Jill Biden has been with him for the last couple of days there in Delaware. We know he's been in touch with other family members. And as NBC News first reported a couple of days ago, we know that there were even conversations among the family about, if President Biden were to make this decision, what would this exit plan look like? And what, in their words, would be befitting of a man who served the country for more than 50 years in elected office? If he were to step aside and bow out, what kind of a moment should that look like? And they really, in all those conversations, according to our sources, signaled that they wanted that to be on President Biden's own timeline. But because of the external pressure, because of the cascading calls of Democrats, of people he had worked with for years, saying he should leave the race, perhaps that timeline became a little bit more compressed because he did have COVID and because he was having these discussions with his inner circle. And ultimately, he got to that point just this afternoon, we're told, and now it will be a larger conversation about the path forward. But the president is fully endorsing his vice president, and she likewise is saying in that statement, which I think is key, that she wants to earn this nomination. And so she wants to prove to the American people as well, according to people in her very close orbit, that she is the right person for this job. And she wants to make sure that then the party can rally behind her and unite in a way that they couldn't up until this point for Joe Biden. Hallie.
Monica Alba, thank you very much. I know you're staying close to the camera. I want to go back to Ryan Nobles just briefly here, because Ryan, part of this moving forward, as Monica laid out, is, does Kamala Harris, in fact, end up taking the top of the ticket? If she does, who ends up as her running mate? And if she does not, who else could be in the mix? And there is a slew of names that have been widely speculated about ever since the pressure started to build after that first presidential debate at the end of June. We're talking about people like Gavin Newsom, like Gretchen Whitmer, like Josh Shapiro, like Andy Beshear, like Mark Kelly. Talk us through some of what you've heard and the response from these folks, because many of them are out with statements just late today. Very few of them are coming out with a full-throated endorsement of Kamala Harris just yet, as you're taking a look here at those potential Democratic contenders, Ryan.
Yeah, in fact, to your point, the one person on that list that you mentioned, I believe you mentioned him.
What'd you say?
I was asking, could you pause it?
Oh, yeah.
Here's what's sad, and this is the same. I tell you, they always follow the same playbook. And the last president we had from them was Joe Biden. Nobody voted for Joe. They shoved him down our throat at the last minute, which was South Carolina, right? Now, what's sad is they're running that playbook back. So instead of doing, and I think this is all planned, this is my speculation. Even Joe wasn't really cooperating with the original plan. I believe this was the original plan to force Kamala Harris down America's throat. Nobody voted for her. Even during the primaries, nobody voted for her in no state. So this is a way of circumventing the normal democratic process. So we corporate Democrats are basically picking and choosing who they want to lead the party behind the scenes, and everybody else is supposed to go with it. So they could have did this in the beginning, and she would have had to earn votes. And it's not really fair to other Democrats for now they don't have the opportunity to compete, to actually earn anybody's vote. She's just being handed the presidency almost, or they're attempting to do that.
They're attempting to hand her.
She hasn't earned anybody's vote, and during the last 4 years, she hasn't shown why she should be a leader. She's ran everything horribly from her office. Her office has been a mess for 4 years. So nobody has the opportunity to vote. We circumvent having a Democratic primary, and they just hand it to her. This is undemocratic.
It is. Question. We have a question from the chat. The Purple Palm wants to know what is it about her? Why are they wanting to do this for her?
Because she's a corporate Democrat. So much like George Bush, and think about George Bush Jr. and Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney was the Halliburton guy. That's why he was picked. They picked George because George could be controlled. So they want to put, and for the most part, Biden has been controlled. He hasn't been running the country. Other people have been running the country. We see how he is. He didn't just get this far gone. It was the reason why Barack Obama didn't nominate him to succeed him. He wasn't capable 4 years ago. So they're doing the same thing now. We're going to push that is the same agenda corporate Democrats wanted to push. DEI, DACA, and what was the other thing I said? It was DEI, DACA, and LGBT. That's what they want to push. And here we go again. And they think it's going to work because they're going to try to galvanize black women. Now, all of this talk, all of a sudden, about her being a black woman resurfaced. For 4 years, we didn't hear them saying that. Now, all of a sudden, she's going to be the first black woman president. No, she won't. She's not black. But this is the imagery and this is the disingenuousness of the Democrats. They haven't learned anything. We're going to keep running the same plays over and over, and we're going to hope American people are stupid enough to fall for it again. This is sad. It's truly sad. I hope I answered her question.
Okay. Yeah. Black one benefit. Right. But this is my thing. Okay. Okay, black people. We historically don't ask for anything from our nominees on any level, local, national, any of that. So why are black people of the opinion, as long as the person is black or says they black or like black people, that they gonna do something for us when we don't ask for anything?
Well, black women have asked for things historically, and they've gotten everything they've asked for. Again, I keep going back to that Ice Cube with the plan for Black America. It was clear then. There isn't no black community. You got black women and fuck black men. So the Democratic Party has been catering to black men, black women for decades and giving them everything they wanted. Everything they wanted. And they asked for it. They asked for leadership positions. They asked for equal opportunities with education and opportunities with corporate America and all of these things they asked for and have been given.
So you're saying they're asking for the wrong things?
No. What it is you look at countries, how they operate around the world. When they negotiate with each other, the country negotiates with the men of that country or group. The only divergence from that is when we get to black people in America. Then America decides, I'm not going to deal with black men. I'm going to negotiate directly with black women. We're going to bypass the black man, especially if the black man doesn't go with our programming and basically simps and caters to women. If you're a black man who doesn't do that, they don't deal with you on no level.
The cat who stole the election, Kamala, is a tolerable level of black based on skin tone. Oh, but she ain't black.
She's not. There's nothing about her that represents any aspect of Black America.
There's nothing in her lineage that's black. Nothing.
Besides the fact that she went to Howard. That's it.
And she used y'all for that.
That's it. It's like seeing blackface, which is very offensive to us, but they just found a new way of doing it. So we're going to put somebody up who looks black or who can pass for black, but isn't black. They did that with Obama and everybody fell for it.
Yep.
Obama's not black. There's nothing about him that's black but his wife. That's it. Ask yourself this. If Obama had been married to a white woman, would he have been elected?
Good question.
No.
Good question.
Absolutely not.
What you say, Death Note? If they don't pick Kamala, they will bleed. Wait a minute. If they don't pick Kamala, they will bleed support from black women in the black community. The only option they had was Michelle or Kamala. Even with them black women, I still don't think that's going to be enough to counter out everybody else voting for Trump.
It doesn't matter, and we got to stop giving black women so much power, or supposedly in the quote unquote community. It's a myth. It's a myth, and everybody is sick of it. Even other black women are sick of it because these black women that they put forward are a hot mess. Every last one of them has been a hot mess in every position they got. And America's tired of it. And black people, frankly, are tired of like, wait a minute, they supposed to be up here. They supposed to be the best of the best. And this is what we get. Ain't nobody proud of Fannie. Ain't nobody proud of Tiffany Haynard. Rochelle Crockett, or whatever her name is down there in Macon, Ketanji Brown on the SCOTUS. Nobody's proud of these people. Stacey Abrams, that was their first experiment with it. Ain't nobody proud of them. They just loud talking mammies. This is slave plantation politics. And the white man has always loved that. Because the second most powerful person on a plantation wasn't the white woman. It was a black woman usually, unless the husband died and then the white woman got power that way. And usually she got rid of Mammy. That was usually one of the first things she did was sell Mammy off. Or am I wrong? Am I the only one that realizes this?
No.
Now, what would be fair if we're supposed to be about the democratic process? We should be looking at the candidates who got the last candidates who got the most votes. That's Bernie and Elizabeth Warren. Hell, Andrew Yang got more damn votes than Kamala. Right?
So when somebody said they thinking ahead to 2028, and who they gonna get?
No, they're not thinking ahead. There's nothing that suggests they think that far ahead. They are very reactionary, and they have 4-year plans at best and a general idea of what they want to do, the corporate Democrats, but they've always chosen bad candidates. That's why Hillary didn't work out. That's why Al Gore didn't work out. Shit, if you want to be technical about it. Al Gore didn't work out for the same reason. We just happen to have in both parties 2 candidates who kind of came and threw a monkey wrench in the playbook. That was Obama and that was Trump. Nobody planned for them. And they was eventually able to switch Obama over to corporate side. Money talks. Money talks. They like y'all to believe these people made all of their money selling books. Are you shitting me? Is that where you believe the Obamas made their money at? I got a bridge to sell you. No, that's not what happened. But it should go back to the candidates who got the most votes. It would be fair to give them a shot. Because all intents and purposes, Bernie Sanders should have been our president. Stole it from him and barely shoved Biden in. That was really COVID related that got him in.
Yep, that's what did it.
Now they bringing the same COVID playbook back to get him out. All of a sudden he got COVID. A month ago he had the flu, and I mean, come on now. Now, everybody that's gotten COVID in the White House during those 4 years where COVID was strong, we could always trace where they got it from. Who else had COVID that was around Biden in the last couple of months? And why ain't nobody else got COVID? Why is he the only one that got hit with COVID? Ain't no Secret Service agents. Jill ain't got it. Nobody else got it. But he all of a sudden got COVID to explain that he's crazy as cat shit that has been for damn a decade. That's why they've been hiding him from us. He's been the least accessible president going back to the primaries. He didn't really run for election. You had like 15 Democrats running, then all of a sudden Joe showed up out there in Las Vegas when they had that debate. He didn't campaign before that. But we have short-term memories as Americans, strangely enough, in today's age where everything is recorded. And we can go back and see the video footage. He was against everything that the majority of Democrats and the American people were against, including his own vice president. They all were raising their hands for different things. And Joe said, no, we're going back to the way it used to be. We're going back to the way the Obama years was. No, nobody remember this. And I remember Trump making predictions. These things are going to happen if Biden is elected president. And sure enough, if all of those things didn't happen, you can find that video footage. It's on YouTube. Trump's predictions on Biden in 2020 or 2019, whenever he made them predictions. Almost every last, I think all of them came true. And we acting like we didn't know that stuff was going to happen. So if Trump can predict it, you telling me they ain't got nobody smart enough on the Democratic side to predict it as well? They supposed to have people, what do you call them? Political strategists who can predict things so you can prepare and strategize against it.
That's supposed to be the point.
Right?
Yeah.
Where they at? So Trump is a genius. That's what we want to believe.
Right. The dude that tell you straight up he ain't that smart.
Right. We gonna believe Trump is a genius. Well, y'all making him look like a genius just because he's telling you the truth, and then they want to hide the fact that he tells the truth by calling him a liar. They never say what he lies about. Oh, he's a liar. He's a liar. I went back to PolitiFact, and they monitored, especially with the debates, true and false statements. Trump had one statement that was pants on fire. One during that debate. What did the Democrats say the very next day? Oh, he lied about everything. Well, that means everything he said should have been pants on fire. Only one of his statements was pants on fire, and I forget what it was. It wasn't even that big of a deal. Him and Biden had the same amount of false and mostly false statements. Mostly false and all of that kind of stuff. And you know, I mean, this is sad. I mean, this is really sad. But they need to be looking at Bernie Sanders, who all of the data showed was the one who could really beat Trump. Let's get Bernie. I'll vote for Bernie. Right now, Trump got my vote. But if you want to change that, you're going to have to bring Bernie in. And Bernie, when it's short notice, who will he pick for his running mate? It should be Elizabeth Warren. Andrew Yang, maybe. Andrew Yang was good. Andrew Yang was very good. But you notice that these long lists of Democrats they keep talking about, they keep avoiding the people who ran for president the last time. Because most of them were progressives. So they keep going to this corporate Democrat list. And corporate Democrats are the worst. They are the worst. That's what we've been shown over the last 20 years. They are horrible. They're just like Republicans, or just like the Tea Party Republicans, I should say. At least the Republicans have learned and have changed their messaging and changed some things. That's what we saw in their convention. They went younger and blacker, and they started reaching out to newer demographics that we've never seen the Republicans reach out to. But they still kept it masculine, traditional. They didn't embrace the LGBT people, but they embraced other people that they historically hadn't embraced. So yeah, this is interesting. This is all historic stuff, things we've never seen before. We've never seen a presidential candidate get picked this way before, or rather selected this way. They're selecting them for us right before our eyes, and then they're going to say, oh, choose her or choose this one. And they're trying to also make it seem like this was Biden's choice. This wasn't a choice. I told y'all last week when the donors came out and said they're pulling all of the funding for Democrats if Joe and Harris are on the ticket. They said that like a week and a half ago, and I said it. I said it on my channel about a week and a half ago. That's what made his choice. That's what made his. They took the money. They snatched the rug from underneath him. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I haven't given y'all a public service announcement. So make sure y'all like, subscribe, and share. Smash the bell. You know, make sure you do that here on Amanaz 78, as well as on the People's Podcast, so you can stay tuned for breaking news, and we keep you up to date and give our thoughts and our commentary on it, on how we're seeing this thing play out. So make sure y'all like, subscribe. Y'all been rocking with us strong over the last 2 weeks, I would say. We appreciate y'all very much. A lot of new people over here. We appreciate y'all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for all of the support y'all giving us.
You know what, Amanda? That's what we were talking about during the RNC, is that, you know what I'm saying, they just had one of the best shows, you know what I'm saying, of masculinity that I've seen as far as politics, and I can't even tell you when. I mean, they put on a clinic.
Yeah, I've never seen nothing like that. I've never seen anything like that from either party. Not in my lifetime.
They put on a whole clinic.
I mean, one of the best run conventions for either party in history. We just witnessed that. And it's sad. I've asked people over the course of the week, Black women particularly, did you watch the convention? No, I saw clips from it. What does that mean? That means I was watching MSNBC or CNN and they showed a couple of clips. I had Black women still telling me that they thought Trump getting shot was a hoax. How do you explain the man that died? That's a hoax too. I mean, we got to get that. Everything is a hoax. Everything is a skit shit out of our brains. To the point where we can't discern reality from fake. This is sad. I'm talking to grown women, supposedly mature women, women that are leading households. And this is your thinking? That it was a skit and the firefighter died trying to protect his family? It wasn't just one bullet. It was multiple bullets that was flying.
But the other two people that's still in the hospital, they got shot.
Right. That's what I was saying. Like, how do we explain that? What's your theory? It was a hoax to do what? Oh, so to make Trump look good. Trump was already winning by double digits. What are you talking about? Now, if somebody took a shot at Biden like that, you may have had an argument to give Biden some sympathy kind of votes kind of thing. You may have had an argument. But that's like your team is up by 20 in the fourth quarter and it's 3 minutes left to play and you want to accuse LeBron of flopping. For what? They're already winning by 20.
Hold up. Nez Perez. Okay, that whole thing with the model and all of that wasn't racist. That was business. You gotta give your demographic what they want.
What was the comment?
He was talking about Hogan was racist because of what happened with him firing the black model on his beer campaign.
What?
Yeah.
See, we talked about that a little bit earlier in the week. Amanaz, myself, and Tommy was talking about that. We got to stop. And I think Red was here. Red Illusion was here at one point too. We talked about it too. We got to stop calling everything racist. That's the problem. Y'all don't know what racism is. Y'all think prejudice and bigotry is racism, and it's not. Those are all three separate words, and they don't mean the same things. Everything ain't racism. And the things that are racist, y'all miss it by a mile. You miss it by a mile. So the way Democrats pander to black women, that's racism. They're using their wealth, power, and resources to force other groups of people to act against their will and to act against their own best interest. That's racism. But just saying, y'all just be making up shit, And we got to stop doing that. We got to evolve to a higher level of understanding. That's what needs to happen. We got to get out of those basic high school AP classes and get into some college classes so we can have further our discussions. But our discussions are all stagnant because of that kind of stuff. It's all opinion with no, with no credibility behind the opinion. In the court of law, they call that conjecture. So everybody's not, we told by Oprah, everybody's opinion matters. No, it doesn't. You go into court with a lot of this crap, the judge will throw you out. It's conjecture. It's not supported by anything. Just because you thought of it in your head don't mean you're supposed to share it with everybody. I mean, I know myself. I've thought things and then I didn't share it. And then eventually my opinion or my perspective evolved when I got more information. But I go back and think, what if I had just shared my initial thoughts? I'd look like a fool. So what did we say months ago, Armin? No comment? We need to learn how to say no comment sometimes to save ourselves from looking foolish. Like we don't know what we're talking about. And people justify their opinions with things that have nothing to do with, well, I'm an old Negro, or I did, that talk. Well, I've been around for a long time. So what? You just been an old fool for a long time. That's all that means. Just because you get older doesn't mean your opinion matures or your perspective matures or you gain some kind of wisdom.
It should, but that ain't always the case.
It should be, but it damn sure ain't the case. That's why the Bible talks about old fools. And why it uses examples all the time throughout the Bible. David was a young man. He was one of the wisest men. Solomon was a younger man, one of the wisest men to ever live. And even those men had advisors. Right? Even Moses had an advisor. He leaned on Aaron for a lot of things. But we forget history, I guess, I guess. Any other questions in the chat?
No, not too much. Red Illusion said it's rumored they want Trump to be in office for the next economic crash.
Well, we're already in that economic crash. We're already in it.
And then Ned's Press said that the Dems are using Harris for minority, simp, and woman votes.
Yeah, of course. I mean, of course, but more importantly, they're using her to appease some corporate to appease some corporate sensibilities. Because there are a lot of people who would rather have Harris than say Bernie. They would, because they know it's Bernie's gonna fuck up their money. That's why the guy was crying. I thought about it when you talk about the guy that was crying earlier. He wasn't crying for Joe. He was crying because his money about to get fucked up. All of that extra money he done had coming in through the Democratic Convention, the DNC, is gone. He knows it. He knows it. Because God forbid. Well, I mean, Trump gets in office like we think he's going to get in there. That means the next president after Trump is going to be a Republican. The Democrats are not prepared. So that means you got, 4 years of Trump and another possible 8 years of another Republican, right? That's 12 years. So the next Democrat that's up, all of these they old now. 12 years from now, they're going to be ancient, assuming they get their shit together. But history shows they won't. They just going to keep doubling down on their playbook. What they need to do is do what the Republicans did, start shifting younger. Use Bernie as a bypass to that bridge to the younger generation.
They would if he would leave their money alone, but Bernie ain't gonna leave their money alone, so they don't want to hear that.
I know. Well, guess what? They money gonna get fucked up if they ain't in office anyway.
Well,
Either
yeah.
way, it's gonna get fucked up.
Yeah.
And we ain't even talked about the.
You might as well have a little bit of say over it.
We ain't even talked about the ramifications of the down ballot. We about to see a red wave. It's about to be a red wave across the country because you got so many people who didn't vote for the Republicans before, who are now strongly considering the Republicans now. We saw that even before the Republican convention. But what was my lady name? What was the lady from New York that gave the speech?
You talking about Madeline? Madeline Brown.
She represents those people. She spoke to a lot of people that, and they need to clip her speech and just play it over and over and
Let's
over.
see if we can find it for those of y'all who don't know what we talking about.
Oh,
Let
man,
me
that
find her
shit.
real quick.
Yeah, I can listen to that all day long.
She in my history. Hold on. Let me pull her up because that was powerful. Hold on, let me find it. That was Wednesday, right?
I believe so. I believe it was Wednesday.
Okay, hang on.
Girl, you were supposed to have this remixed and clipped up and chopped and screwed. Like,
child, I ain't had time. It been too much going on.
I know. I'm messing with you.
I'm still in Wednesday. Hold on.
We were supposed to chop and screw this shit.
Wednesday, because I wanted to cuss him out. Shit, that might have been. Hold on, that might have been Tuesday. Hold on.
I don't know. We done did this so many nights. My nights are running together. So.
I know. I'm gonna find this. It's the Dallas.
She was powerful, y'all. If y'all haven't seen this speech that we're looking for, please stay tuned. We have to learn how to look at things objectively.
Here it is. That was Wednesday. Like we said, I got it.
All right, y'all listen to this speech and listen to it objectively. Okay? Just listen.
Here we go.
Run it.
Evening, everyone. My son, Sergeant Hassan Korea, an Afghanistan War retired veteran. He received enemy fire from the Taliban, only to be murdered with a knife on the streets of New York City. The 4 assailants responsible for his death initially were facing justice, but that changed when District Attorney Alvin Bragg was elected. Suddenly, 2 of the homicidal maniacs responsible for my son's death had their gang assault and murder charges completely dismissed. One of them received 14 months time served. Alvin Bragg charged her with assault with a shoe. And another one was sentenced to 7 years. I later learned that Alvin Bragg often dismisses and reduces dangerous criminals. He wants to clear the jails and return violent felons onto our streets every day. The injustice was devastating for me and my family. I don't want anyone else to experience the senseless pain that many other victims across this United States of America have to live with every day. So I decided to use the voice that God gave me to be the voice for the voiceless across America. We need justice for victims, and we need accountability for prosecutors who failed in their duty. Soft on crime prosecutors like Alvin Bragg in New York, Kim Foxx in Chicago, and Angeles have turned our great country and cities into war zones. Poor and neglected communities like mine are suffering. And who else in here is sick and tired of being sick and tired?
Yes, he was, Nez Perez.
The Democratic Party that poor minorities have been loyal to for decades, including myself, all right? They betrayed us. They stabbed us in the back.
Ooh.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who claim to represent us, have abandoned us. They neglected the poor minority communities across America. But my eyes have been opened. Just like so many other poor minorities across America. Donald Trump shares our values, love of God and family and country. He's been a victim of the same corrupt system that I have been and my family has been. He is committed to providing economic opportunities, helping those suffering from addiction with long-term inpatient drug programs, rolling back deadly bail reform policies that are getting our children killed every single day, and supporting our police. We back the NYPD. We back the blue. Back the blue. NYPD, black the blue. Trump was right when he said, they're after us. He's just standing in the way. And guess what? He always will. That's why I'm standing with him today. Let's make America safe again.
That was Wednesday night's theme.
And reelect our Donald J. Trump.
I think she was on Tuesday, because that was Tuesday to make America safe. Yeah, that was the most important speech.
What was beautiful about her is, and you notice it's about a lot of the women speaking on the Democratic side, they scream and it's like a nagging cow cackling sound because their voices are crackling. Notice how smoothly she spoke the whole way through, and she was powerful. She was loud when she needed to be. She was softer when she needed to be. Good inflection. This is like, y'all never went to speech class in college? Like speech 101? Like, this is basics. And this lady got it naturally. She just got a natural gift for it. Beautiful speaker. I mean, beautiful. And she acknowledged it. Like, I was given this voice by God, you know. I believe her. I believe it. That lady can speak very well. Very well.
But to answer, was it Nez Perez was asking? Yeah, so her son was killed by immigrants who were already in the process of being prosecuted for other crimes when they dismissed the charges on the previous crimes that they should have been locked up and deported for. And then, you know what I'm saying, basically got off with a slap on the wrist for killing her son, who was a military vet.
Yeah, these sanctuary cities like New York and Chicago have been ravaged with crime from these immigrants, and they've been allowed to get away with crimes. Remember in New York, on them, they beat up that cop, and they got away with it. Alvin Bragg again, let them all get away with that one.
You seem to let folks get away with a lot.
They had a problem. They was taking the money because they was giving free money, and a lot of them was buying scooters, little gas scooters, and they was running people over in New York City. And a lot of y'all may not understand how crowded New York City is, but New York City is very crowded. And those scooters, they already don't know the laws of this country, and they just ride the scooters on sidewalks and all over the place, and they was running people over. And those scooters do about 40 miles an hour, about 35, 40 miles an hour, which may not seem a lot when you compare it to a car. But if you compare that to somebody standing still and you get hit with a 100-pound, 150-pound gas scooter, that does a lot of damage. A lot of damage.
Let's see what else. What else is being said? Let's see. Where we going? Like CBS real quick.
And wounded candidacy.
But that was very
powerful. Excellent point, John Dickerson. Thank you. Want to bring in
stories like that is what's going. You're saying cause those voters.
Republican side, and I know you spoke with former President Donald Trump.
Yes, just in the last few minutes, I did speak with former President Donald Trump. A quiet weekend where former President Trump, Nora, you and I are golf fans, watched the British Open earlier today. It was going to be a quiet day of golf for many golf fans around the country. One of them is former President Trump. Well, he did react to the news, to CBS News, in a conversation, and he said that this was a shock to the country. Shock to him, but it really a shock to the country. He said it's also, quote, good for the country. He believes that Vice President Harris is probably going to be his opponent, but he made no commitment to debate her at this time, citing his belief that she might not end up as the Democratic nominee. He said he is going to wait and see how the Democratic nomination unfolds, and then he will make a final decision about whether he will debate the Democratic nominee. Our reporting shows the Democrats consolidating around Harris, but not every single one of them at this time. When I asked him about the campaign, I said, how does this change everything? You're now not running against President Biden. He said, that's absolutely not right. He said he is running, in his view, against the Biden administration. And he said he's running against their record. He called it the worst presidency in history. And he believes that he can run against President Biden's record and policies and win a large electoral victory this November.
Robert Costa with that new development. Thank you. Want to bring in Ed O'Keefe, who covers the White House and the campaign.
That's a very good measured response.
It's now officially the Harris campaign for president. The paperwork has been amended with the Federal Election Commission just in the last little bit here. It's now the principal candidate is Kamala Harris, and she's seeking the presidency according to this.
The lawyers move quickly.
They did. The Harris Victory Fund is among the joint accounts that have been established, and a few other things as well. So her name is now there. The president's has been removed. We know they spoke several times earlier today after he made this decision and started telling people we are not expected to see the vice president
Sunday.
today.
They can't do none of that stuff on Sunday.
They already had the current plan is to not see her. And we'll wait to see when and if we see her tomorrow in some form.
Can I build on Ed's excellent reporting for a moment? I'm hearing from top Democratic sources that the next 72 hours are critical for Vice President Harris. Does she wait for President Biden to speak? He has said he wants to address the nation in the coming days, or does she go public immediately? Will she hold a news conference? Will she meet with Democratic leaders and answer questions in a public forum? And we're still waiting to see what Senator Bernie Sanders is going to do and others. For example, just weeks ago on Face Nation, Senator Sanders said, when I said to him, What will you do if President Biden drops
He's trying
away
to feel
from
that
the
burn
ticket?
again,
He said,
y'all.
well, right now I'm focused on running for re-election. And he said, again, right now that's my focus. So a lot of Democrats so far are being somewhat coy about what they're going to do. If she can assert herself immediately as the de facto Democratic nominee, now, as Ed reported, she's doing it legally, professionally, politically, but it's not a done deal. And so this is such a crucial window for her to establish herself forcefully as the nominee, because if anyone sees daylight there and they're ambitious, they might step in and start to stir the pot.
So what
Vice
Kamala
President
should
facing
do is
fresh
she should come out
scrutiny at
immediately.
this hour as she attempts to
I
become
mean
the
today,
Democratic
but
nominee
she's
with the
not going to
backing
do that
of the current president and a number of
Democrats.
top
She can't see that
Democratic
paperwork
lawmakers.
ratified.
Want to bring in
Not
Senator
good.
Peter Welch
Can't.
of Vermont.
She's
He
gonna
joined
follow,
us
she's gonna
when
play
he
the
called
game.
for President Biden to drop out. Welch
Tuesday,
said,
you
in
got
part,
the early,
the
she
good
gonna be
news is
good.
that President Biden has united
see
the
it.
party and created a
I'm
deep
going to
bench
the
that
Statement. Her
can
statement is gonna have to be
defeat
enough
Trump.
right now.
Vice President Harris is
Yeah,
capable,
well,
proven leader. Senator Welch
that's
serves
her
on the
mistake.
Judiciary Committee
They got
and
to
joins
stamp
us
that
now.
paperwork.
Senator, good to see you. Will you endorse the vice president to be the Democratic nominee?
I'm not endorsing right now, and I'll tell you, it's really
Okay.
important for her. She's
See?
clearly, I think,
She
in the
ain't doing
process
it
of
right now.
clearing the field. But it's really important for us as Democrats to take advantage of the extraordinary energy that's been unleashed by the president's decision to step aside and show that we're confident about engaging everyday Democrats to participate in this. My view
They're
is
trying to
that
turn
our
lemons to
nominee,
lemonade.
in all likelihood, I think Vice
It's
President
nothing
Harris
extraordinary.
is
We
going to
knew
be
he was going to
strengthened
drop
by a
out.
process that's seen as open. So that I think it will really be terrific for her to make contact with everyday Democrats, not just members of the Senate, House, and the governors.
Senator, the election is 4 months away. You think you have time to have a primary?
Well, it's not going to be a primary. The DNC is going to have to set up a truncated process. But I do think there's enormous unity. One of the gifts that President Biden gave us is a unified party on two issues. One is keeping Trump out of the White House, and the other is continuing his extraordinary legacy. So the various people who've been
No, they
mentioned,
only unified against fighting
all
Trump.
have
That's it.
embraced those two principles, and that's what unites Democrats. So this is not a situation like in 1968 where you had the pro-war and the anti-war Democrats at each other's throats. This is a convention where everyone is celebrating the extraordinary accomplishments of President Biden, the desire to continue those, and the existential challenge we face of protecting our democracy by keeping Trump out of the White House.
What effect do you think it has had during the Republican convention as the Republican Party was unified and putting together an indictment of the Biden-Harris administration, that the Democratic Party was not able to mount a successful counter argument and was essentially in disarray as this rebellion was against the current sitting president? What effect does that have?
I think there's a place for candor in politics. And what we saw in that debate was that the aging process had cast its gaze on President Biden. And it created a real anxiety for us because we had a president we revered, whose record we really admired, for whom we had great affection, but where there was enormous doubt and where the election was going to be about his health as opposed to Trump's threat. And we dealt with it. And then, it's a testament to President Biden's character that
They're
this
still
man
operating
who's
on
been
old
intensely
software.
competitive, who's had to make decisions that affected him personally and politically. He had
Trump
the
is the end
office
of the
he
world.
loved.
If
He
he
loved the
becomes
job and was
president.
doing a great
Well,
job.
we've already had
But he
Trump as
ultimately came to the
president, and it wasn't the
conclusion
end of the
that
world.
it would be
But
better
they're still
for
stuck
the
on that
country if he
playbook.
stepped aside. That takes a lot of humility. So we went through this. It was real. We did it openly, and the president has now given us space. So, I think people understand that. And I think that candor in politics is a power that we can use to our advantage because people think that's real.
Senator Welch, Bob Costa here with Nora. You represent the state of Vermont. You know Senator Bernie Sanders so well. He ran for president in 2016 and 2020. He has told CBS in recent weeks he's focused on running for re-election, but did not rule out considering a bid should President Biden step away. Now that President Biden has stepped away from the nomination race, what can you tell us about whether you would support Sanders to think about running, whether you believe he will consider a run or not. What do you know? We really want to know candidly what you are hearing and what you believe will happen on the Sanders front, because you know him so well.
Well, I do, and I supported him. I supported Bernie in both those races. I think it's a totally different time, but I don't have any information. I haven't talked to Senator Sanders since all of us just got this news, so I don't know. You'll have to check with him. I supported in those two races proudly. I think he has made an incredible contribution. He was very close to President Biden, who leaned on him, but I don't know what he's going to do.
Would you encourage him, though, or not? Is it time for Vice President Harris to be the nominee, or would you encourage someone with his stature and him specifically to run or not?
You know, I'm not certain that I would encourage Bernie to do it. You know, he's as old as he's older, I think, than Vice President Biden. So age is
not
an
about
issue.
age. Don't make it about age.
Senator Peter Welch of Vermont, thank you so much for joining us. Want to bring in CBS News congressional correspondent Scott McFarlane. And Scott, where do we go from here? What are you hearing from Democratic lawmakers?
We're watching to see just how many make the plunge today and endorse Vice President Harris. The list is growing, and some of them stand out more than others. Adam Schiff, the congressman from California, who is trying to do what Kamala Harris did and serve as senator of California, says President Biden will go down in history as one of the greatest presidents of all time, but that he endorses Vice President Harris. Pivotal throughout this process over the past few weeks, Nora, have been the voices of those January 6th committee members, those who dedicated so much of their lives and put their names on the line to investigate efforts to overturn the 2020 elections and the efforts of Donald Trump. They were among those early in the process who called for President Biden to withdraw or pass the torch. And we're seeing them with some of the first statements today saying they're supporting Vice President Harris or that they support President Biden's decision. Also, this statement struck me from Liz Cheney, who, of course, lost in a primary after serving on the House January 6th committee, viscerally opposed and vocally opposed by Donald Trump. She says President Biden's is a courageous decision. It's somebody who put duty ahead of self-interest, which is primary for the continuation of democracy. Of course, Liz Cheney is a Republican who has built quite a platform to talk about Donald Trump and to talk about the preservation of democracy. And I want to add another note here.
Now, y'all talk about a powerful woman.
Some House members are responding to this. Some are saying their piece, but some are also getting ready tomorrow for a pair of very important investigations. There is a House committee hearing on Capitol Hill tomorrow about the security failures that led to last Saturday's attempted assassination of Donald Trump. There's also a second panel, Nora, that's going to be on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania tomorrow to launch their own investigation.
That is an excellent point, Scott McFarlane, our congressional correspondent. So much going on in this presidential contest, as well as the investigation underway into what happened in that attempted assassination of Donald Trump. I want to bring in Joel Payne. He's a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Joel, what is happening now inside the Democratic Party? Will they unite behind the vice president?
No.
I think there is certainly an element of the party that is starting to unite around Vice President Harris. You've seen a lot of supportive statements. There is some tension out there about others who might want an open primary process. By the way, Nora, I think part of the reason why we maybe were delayed in President Biden's decision that he reached today is because of this eventuality on the other side of this decision. Do you unleash chaos by potentially opening up a very ugly, nasty primary? The Democrats who I'm talking to don't anticipate that. They anticipate that even if you don't have folks immediately fall in behind Kamala Harris, that there will be a more orderly process, that this will not feel like chaos. But of course, we have seen a lot of unexpected, unpredictable things over recent weeks. And so I would advise people to continue to buckle in. But, you know, one source I talked to who runs Democratic congressional campaigns, you know, on the front line in particular, was telling me that, you know, Joe Biden's popularity had gotten to such a low point that, you know, someone like Vice President Harris at the top of the ticket has nowhere to go but up. And that will, you know, that they are anticipating that will have downstream impact on a lot of Democrats who are running, you know, with what we assume might be Vice President Harris on the ticket this fall. that was a real challenge and a real concern. That was part of the reason why Nancy Pelosi and Hakeem Jeffries and others were agitating for President Biden to make this decision because of that impact on vulnerable congressional Democrats. So already some of the folks who I'm talking to in that space are telling me they anticipate that having that change at the top of the ticket could lead to just better outcomes and better possibilities for Democrats holding on to the House and overall having a more united Democratic front in some of these battleground states across the country.
Joel Payne, thank you. I just had a moment to go back over the statement from Barack and Michelle Obama, and they are supportive of President Joe Biden's decision not to seek re-election, and they praise his outstanding track record as president. And yet a paragraph sort of buried in this long statement, the Obamas say, "We will be navigating uncharted waters in the days ahead, but I have extraordinary confidence that the leaders of our party will be able to create a process from which an outstanding nominee emerges." Why aren't the Obamas backing Vice President Kamala Harris?
That's a good question.
Well,
that's a good question.
She can't win.
There's some tension between the Obama and Biden camp right now. And as Senator Welch just told you here on CBS, there is a bit of hesitation among some Democrats to get ahead what they believe will be a truncated process to formally make Vice President Harris the nominee. As we detailed earlier in our conversation, Vice President Harris has known President Obama since he was a state senator going to San Francisco for fundraisers. She helped him in Iowa in 2008 when he ran for president. There is a relationship there. And I would be surprised that if in the coming days President Obama did not formally get behind Vice President Harris, but there is a sense among some people close to President Obama and President Biden that they can't be rushing out statements because of the sensitivity Biden has about how this has played out. President Biden, especially his closest advisors and family members, are unhappy that they feel he was put in a corner to make this decision. Often they feel his hand was forced by those close to President Obama. And for President Obama to let President Biden have his moment with this decision. Think about this. President Obama knows that President Biden is now in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, making the biggest decision of his career with a statement because he's coughing as he looks at the shore with his family because he's recovering from COVID. To then start making this about Vice President Harris in the annals of presidential history would be perhaps a step too far because of this.
Why is he there with his family?
In the
Shouldn't
wake
he
of
be
that debate,
isolated?
which so many Democrats say was disastrous, I have been told that President Obama and President Biden have only spoken once, maybe once more, but likely only once, that there's a real belief that in the Biden camp that Obama didn't play this as they would have had hoped. They want him to be on the trail to help the Democrats. But I'm not surprised that President Obama is just trying to leave it be with President Biden, knowing he's recovering from COVID, coughing as he makes this decision.
It's still notable, though.
Oh, sure.
And let me bring in John Dickerson, because I'm looking at the contrast in statements between the Clintons, who said there is no greater threat than Donald Trump. And so they wholeheartedly have put their support behind Vice President Kamala Harris. The Obamas are saying that they have confidence that the leaders of our party will create a process from which an outstanding nominee emerges. Is there time for the Democratic Party to go through a process?
No.
You know, there is time, but every little detail of a process that you create, even if it's a truncated one or a mini primary or whatever, every little detail becomes something to fight over. So there is an advantage to a process in the sense that you get the rank and file to feel like they weren't just being forced into a decision. There are some people who wanted Joe Biden to stay. So they already feel like the kind of a cabal plus the media has forced a good man out of a job that they think he should be reelected to. And so what do you do with the people with those bruised feelings? Forcing them into a new nominee right away might not soothe those feelings. I think Bob is exactly right in the sense of you've got to also create the conditions for the party and everyone to celebrate Joe Biden, who has just done something that the more they celebrate what he's done, the more of a contrast they draw to Donald Trump. As Liz Cheney said, here's somebody giving up power. Okay, somebody who their whole career was counted out. So it's giving up power and moving against personal instinct, which is I'm going to show them when they count me out, and it's worked for him. And that's quite a contrast to Donald Trump, who was so desirous to hang on to power that, according to the leaders in his own party, he inspired an attack on the Capitol. So to the extent that you celebrate this decision by Joe Biden in this period of time and don't immediately get on to Harris, it actually works to the Democratic Party's benefit.
No, it
That's an excellent point, John Dickerson. Thank you. I want to bring in Margaret Brennan, who also has some new reporting. Margaret.
Well, Nora, I know we're all looking at the timeline saying they don't have a lot of time in their favor. And really, typically, it takes about 2 months to vet a vice presidential candidate, is what I was told. Some of that already underway. It's now underway in an expedited basis. And Democrats are all buzzing about who that could be. And when we look at the thinking here of what Vice President Kamala Harris has to weigh when she makes her decision, there's the chatter about, does she go all-female ticket with Governor Whitmer? Or does she also take into consideration the idea that
she
should pick a lawmaker? And if she picks a lawmaker, she can't pick one from a state with a Republican governor, because they would lose that very narrow majority they have. So there are all these little factors that are being weighed by the vice president at this time. And certainly we know some of the names. There are no surprises on this list. But when you hear, for example, Mark Kelly, the senator from Arizona, does that speak to Kamala Harris, the vice president, in a way that says we can put gun violence at the top of the ticket as an issue? We can put someone who has, a competitive, there's a competitive Senate race in that state and Democratic governor who would likely appoint another Democrat to that spot? Or do you go with the two governors I've heard the most about in recent days, Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania, who just had a powerful speech last Saturday and Sunday, Nora, in the wake of the rally with the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, someone who has been vocal about the scourge of anti-Semitism in this country. Also hear about Governor Beshear quite a lot as well.
Remember the other night when we were at the convention and John Tester issued his statement, being one of the first Democratic senators to say he's got to go, but we've got to open up this nomination process to others. And that was the signal that there is an element of the party that needs to know that there's a more moderate or maybe even Western, Midwestern character involved at the top of the ticket for them going forward, that it's harder. He was signaling, I can't run with Kamala Harris alone on the ticket or someone like her. There needs to be somebody else that speaks to my more moderate politics, my brand of politics. And that's why you look at some of those governors and some of those lawmakers like Mark Kelly from Arizona, a battleground state, has a moderate bipartisan record, is an astronaut, is married to Gabby Giffords, and you think that's the kind of person that a John Tester, a Sherrod Brown, a Jackie Rosen in Nevada, all facing difficult re-elections this year, are going to be comfortable campaigning with in those closing 3 months, and comfortable having them come to their state to campaign in ways that perhaps she couldn't as the running mate, and that Joe Biden now couldn't.
And will the Democratic Party say we need a moderating force?
Right.
Vice President has a liberal voting record. She is from San Francisco. Will they look to join the ticket someone who is perhaps more of a conservative Democrat, like a Governor Beshear?
Well, that is certainly what someone like Joe Manchin, the senator from West Virginia, who left the Democratic Party, saying that it no longer represents, sort of the flavor of Democrat he once was. He became an independent. He had been advocating for exactly that just hours before Joe Biden made this decision public. But to Ed's point, in terms of going west to Arizona, to a border state, another way to change that conversation perhaps a bit if they go in that direction. But one of the reasons, if we remember 4 years, if we remember back to when Joe Biden was the nominee and how hard that race was, how divided the Democratic Party was, he was a selection of a candidate that was meant to try to bring the very progressive part of the party together with the centrist Democrat that almost doesn't exist anymore if you believe someone like Joe Manchin. So what flavor of Democrat are we going to end up with is definitely a very hot topic. And the belief among many Democrats is that you cannot win with someone who is purely progressive. And so you do need to have someone, particularly a man, on that ticket.
Let me bring in CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang, because she is at the vice president's residence. And Weijia has some new reporting on what happened this weekend that led up to the president's decision. Weijia, what can you tell us?
Nora, that's right. I think first we should remember there were 3 things that President Biden said might be able to change his mind when he was being pressed about whether he would even consider leaving the race. Number 1 was the Lord Almighty. Number 2 was some sort of medical condition that sidelined him. And number 3 was if his team showed him data that showed that there was no way he could win. And that's why that's so important, Nora, because we know that he was surrounded while he was isolating, recovering from COVID with his very
First, they never seen a COVID diagnosis and recovery this fast in my
Mike
life.
Donilon, who is known as the data guy, the guy who can really interpret what the figures mean for the president. So we know that last night on Saturday, he was surrounded by this team, and they were continuing to work through a potential path forward. But the president, we are told from people familiar with his schedule and these conversations, began to come to this ultimate decision yesterday evening alongside his team. And then today, he made separate calls to the people who needed to know the most, including Vice President Harris, his Chief of Staff, Jeff Zients, the campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, all separately to talk with them about his decision before releasing his letter at 1:46 p.m. today. And then shortly after that, because, in that letter, he was writing in his capacity as president. He said he was appreciative of Vice President Harris for being an extraordinary partner, but there were questions about why he did not formally endorse her. Well, then half an hour later from his campaign account, he did release a statement formally endorsing her, asking America to fully get behind her. And then in the mid-afternoon, we know that there was a senior staff call, and that, as we've been reporting, that Jeff Zients held a call also with the cabinet and members of the cabinet to just bring them up to speed with what's going on. And this afternoon, the president actually spent the afternoon making phone calls and talking to people who he wanted to expand on his decision with. And, as you can imagine, this is a very difficult time for the president. And at one point, it seemed like he was so dug in that he wasn't going to reconsider. But of course, it became untenable, and he came to this decision that affects so many. But here at the vice president's residence, we have not seen a glimpse of her yet, and we are told we should not expect to today. But we have seen a lot of excited supporters leaving signs, including some little ones here who are very thrilled about what has unfolded in the past few hours. Margaret?
They can't vote. We ain't got time to
Thank you,
listen to them.
Weijia Jiang. And anyone who has covered Joe Biden knows that he really takes his time with decisions. He's known for painting over decisions. So we have to believe that this wasn't sudden.
And it was methodical, and it was data-driven, and it was
executed
Socratic
poorly.
in the sense that he would have asked a small but influential group of
He was.
advisors, and probably
He was
taking
trying to
into
make
account
everybody
what
else get it.
lawmakers were
Now
saying and the way they were saying it. So perhaps no surprise that it took a few days, but it happened. Also notable that there's a crowd outside the vice president's house. Anyone who knows Washington knows that is not a place people normally congregate. So it's a sign that this afternoon, at least some who live around there are excited about the news that she's now running and is expected to, or could very well become the Democratic nominee.
Not an easy corner to stand
Not at
on
all.
in Washington. Joining us now is BET News journalist Ed Gordon, who recently interviewed
not
President
Ed Gordon
Biden
up in the house.
just this
Hold
past
on.
Tuesday, and he joins us now on the phone. It's hard to believe that it was just a few days ago President Biden was insisting so strongly that he was staying in, that he was all in, that this was a winnable race. Ed, did you get any sense in the moment that there was a wavering sort of behind the scenes?
No, Margaret, I think that insistence was genuine. I think he believed that he was going to make it through. They were going to be able to rally the troops, and they were going to be able to take on and win in November. What we're finding now is between Tuesday and the announcement today, I think the heat just got turned up so much that he couldn't walk away and be genuine in his thought that he could defeat Donald Trump. I think what Ed just alluded to, the idea that the numbers are the numbers. Joe Biden's a poll guy. He's going to look at the idea, in spite of what he's been saying, oh, the polls are wrong. He's been in politics for a long time. He understood the momentum or lack thereof that he was standing in front of. And it just became, with each day, more difficult and more difficult justifying staying in. And at the end of the day, we've been hearing words like patriot. And I think Joe Biden is that to his core, and that made him step away. It's got to be an extremely debilitating and sad day for him. But I think he'll understand that perhaps with the, eyes of history, much as we look at LBJ's decision to step away, Joe Biden will be looked at in the same vein.
Ed, I was looking earlier in a conversation I had with Cedric Richmond, one of the co-chairs of the Biden campaign, just earlier on Face the Nation. We had looked at our CBS data, and it showed that when it comes in particular to Black voters, that group that Joe Biden was reaching out to earlier this week when he spoke to the NAACP, our CBS News polling shows that only 58% of Black voters said they would definitely vote this November.
So if he got to that, she'll be a
Do
good
you
president. They
think
was like,
that
nah.
moving Vice President Kamala Harris to the top of the ticket changes those numbers in any meaningful way? We've had a lot of focus on Black men in particular being peeled away by the Trump campaign. Do you think putting Vice President Harris at the top of the ticket changes those numbers or that dynamic?
I think to a degree. I think the polls are a little off when it comes to Black voters at this point. I don't think there is a large number of Black men who were going to be peeled off, even with a razor-thin race as we're seeing now. I don't think that Black men would have been able to be stolen, if you will, in that respect. I think Black, and I asked the president this on Tuesday, I think the Black voting bloc will either put over the top, and at the time it was Joe Biden, but in this instance it's going to be Kamala Harris. Any hope they have of winning is going to be determined, I believe, by a historic turnout of Black voters. I think Black women have been the driving force over the course of the last two elections. We're going to see them mobilize, I believe, in sheer numbers, and Kamala Harris is going to have to ignite them in a way that she hasn't yet. They love her in one way, but they did not vote for her when she was running. They have grown to love her a bit more. And at this point, I think Democrats are going to have to be smart enough to understand whether it's Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, or someone else at the top of that ticket. It's less about them for Black voters than it is the idea of anyone but Trump.
Ed Gordon, thank you for sharing your insights from your interview earlier this week with President Joe Biden. And I want to bring now into the conversation Washington State Representative Adam Smith. He is the ranking member on the House Armed Services Committee and one of the very first
that's the mistake they keep making. They keep, anytime they talk about Black voters, they always reference Black
So let me ask.
What you say?
I said, that's the mistake they keep making over and over and over again. Anytime they talk about Black voters, they're talking about Black women. Now, Republicans, on the other hand, and evidence is what they did at their convention, they see the opportunity. Hey, all of these Black men have been ignored. Let's tap into that. That's going to be the driving force this election is Black men. We saw it going back to the Stacey Abrams shit, and ever since. I mean, for 20 years, Black men have been having an exodus from the Democratic Party, and it's been growing every year. But the Democrats keep ignoring it. But this year, the Republicans are going to tap. They tapped into it.
The Purple Palm. What about what he's saying about Black women, which we, have numbers to substantiate, is bothering you?
Because that's the sisterhood. That's Order 66. It's the programming. Anytime you say something that could be offensive to one, other black women get offended too, even though they really can't even justify why they're offended.
You talking about did black women do that? Do what? What bothers me is there seems to be no opportunities for black men in the Democratic Party. We seen it on this news coverage. We've been on for 5 minutes out from 3 hours. We seen 2 black men speak. 2. Kenya, Corey, Abrams, Ketanji, and Kamala. Okay. And 75% of them can't tell you nothing about being black. Then in his eyes, force the white establishment to choose them. Okay, you missed the whole point. They were chosen for a purpose, and it was not about ability. Because ability has been shown to be lacking. The results ain't there. And Joe told y'all, I'm going vote for me, and I'm gonna bring these 2 black women along, but neither one of them participating in the black experience, creating no black families and no black legacy, because one of them ain't even black, and then both of them married white men. So what we doing?
See, we want fairness and equality. That's what they say. But that's not equality and that's not fair. I'm just going to pick somebody because they black.
It's qualified black men they could be rocking with.
Or qualified white men. Maybe there's somebody else. What happened to picking the most qualified person? We told black men, if you want to get what white men have, you have to be 4 or 5 times better. But black women didn't have to do that. All you got to do is show up and be a black woman.
Yeah.
And we'll put you in place.
Okay, so to answer your question, Purple Palm, these black women who are now in these positions are not bringing any black men along on any level. Not personally, not professionally. They're not bringing any black men along.
And they've destroyed the community. We got to be honest about that shit.
Thank you, Red Illusion.
Is the black community better over the last 50 years or not? And the answer is no. It is significantly worse and getting worse. And you have to look at the leadership.
Lord, why are they out here talking about you 1,000%? Hey, tell them to subscribe.
Did y'all just hear that? The brother was walking down the street, heard me talking, and jumped in and said, I'm 1,000% right.
Tell him to subscribe.
I don't know the brother. He was just walking. I don't know him. He was just walking down the street, just heard what I was saying. He was talking to somebody else. And I caught his attention.
Okay, Purple Palm. The issue is, if you see what we're saying, and then you also, you know what I'm saying, you see what we're saying, why blindly support? Because you haven't, you know what I'm saying, said anything that any of them black women that we just named have done that you in support of.
They fucked everything up. Not only have they not done anything positive, they've done a lot of negative.
What you say, Red Illusion? Straight black men are the white people of black people. Damn. I would say you're all right. Be mad at the establishment, not black women. Okay, but if the black women are participating in the establishment, so you got to get them some of that smoke.
And guess what? Black
Thank
women
you, Gavin. She not. We already know that.
Black women have been participating in the establishment since slavery.
Let's see what we're working with. But you got to look at it. You say you don't blindly support. Okay, so again, what? Let's take Kamala, since she's the hot topic right now. What has she done that you support? That's all we asking. Just a question. Anti-blackmail propaganda and bullying is gonna be off the cards. Yeah, you right about that.
Yeah,
you said you against women being in leadership over men. Period. Okay. Well, you do know it's black women. That's what we advocate for. That's one of our big. Yeah, we're gonna be the boss, bitch. We're gonna be in control. I don't need no nigga telling me nothing. I'm gonna
no
be
matter
in charge.
who he is. No matter who he is.
But you said, okay, Death Note, talking about I blindly support. Hillary had hot sauce, so she got my vote. If she said Kamala, then I'm there. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, God's gift has blessed us in the chat. Shout
With
out
his
to
presence. He been in here for a while.
I wasn't looking at the chat.
Yeah, he been getting folk together. He been getting folk together.
I mean, he's the best moderator on YouTube. Of course he has.
Yeah, he been giving us, saying, good factual information when we needed it.
That's what he does.
She has done nothing. She out of order. I prefer a man to lead. That go. Okay, cool. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So again, we was trying to understand why would you want to become a political pawn? Some of Kamala was listening to Eminem and Tupac in the 80s. I hope she wasn't listening to Eminem in the 80s because we didn't know who he was.
Tupac wasn't in the 80s.
The devil loves emasculating men. Girl, say it again, Amanda. Them facts.
Who said that?
Amanda Mullen. Them facts.
Oh, shout out to Amanda.
Say this the feminist. Okay, what DePalm says that's the feminist movement, not black woman, but feminist. Those the biggest feminists on the planet.
Well, it's not just feminism, it's also a thing called womanism too, that black women subscribe to heavily. Not only feminism. And in ancient times, they called it Hellenism. This ain't nothing new.
Come on, don't lump us all together. Okay, well, we saying 7 out of 10. That's the majority. That's what we rolling with over here.
Yeah, and if it ain't all of y'all, show me this group of women who's been advocating for male rights. I'll wait.
That's an idea right there, V. Thank you, Gavin. No black family and a white husband. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do it. What he say, Thomas? He said now it's Keisha-ism.
That's another word for it. I agree with that. Y'all know I love to use that Keisha word.
What definitely say, talking about shoot, feminism have done great things so far. I like what we turned the you as well movement into. Turn the us. Wait, hold on. Feminists have done great things so far. I like what we turned the us as well movement into. Okay.
Who said that? Death Note?
Yeah.
You know he be
hey,
trolling.
Danny, how you doing? Appreciate you stopping by. Hold on, we got a statement from Trump.
Uh-oh.
So he is there had been
You
a
say
commitment
in-
to have a second
Y'all
presidential
talking, let
debate.
me read it. In my debate with crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of the United States, was slated to be broadcast on fake news ABC, the home of George Stephanopoulos, sometime in September. Now that Joe has not surprisingly quit the race, I think the debate with whomever the radical left Democrats choose should be held on Fox News rather than very biased ABC. Thank you, Donald J. Trump. I think it's on his what's it, True News or True Talk or whatever they call it.
Yeah, truth. That his
Yeah,
his
so
network,
that's his. Yeah, that was at 5:38. So that's about 10 minutes ago.
And I got people like Purple women were boiling right now, and they saying about that Ibn Israel, he hate women, right? They love to go to the ad hominem attacks. Why is my co-host a woman? And has been
your
a
mama
woman,
dim to her heart, child. We gonna pray for her. I'm sorry, V. I ain't because
right? What content creator advocates more for women than me? I'll wait.
he said they don't want the smoke of debating anywhere but the left. Oh yeah, nah, they ain't gonna be on Fox. You already know that ain't finna happen. I'm gonna be there though. I promise you, I'm going down there for
I'm
that.
gonna be wherever it's at. I wanna hear it
It's
too.
in Charleston.
Oh shit! Wow.
That's why I keep telling you I'm finna go.
Wow.
It's gonna be in Charleston in September. It ain't gonna be cold. I'm gonna be right down there. It ain't gonna be. It's gonna be just right. It ain't gonna be cold. Ain't gonna be blazing hot.
Tell Death Note to drive up the road and go with us.
Yeah, come on, Death Note. Yeah,
Let me get Red Illusion to hop on the plane. Come on down here. He got some money. He ain't got no kids.
Who?
Death Note. I mean, not Death Note. Red Illusion.
Oh, child, listen.
He wanted to come down here and find a country girl anyway. Come on, we'll get you one.
I might have to tell Tish to jump on the Spirit real quick. They ain't but like 45 minutes.
Nah, she a little too more mature for Red.
No, I ain't talking about for that. I'm talking about for the debate.
Oh yeah, definitely. She'll drive.
She ain't got to drive for that. Get on
you know how her ass be itching to drive somewhere.
Get on the L for that. Yeah, it's done. Hold on, let's see what they say about this statement.
Committed to the Trump campaign had not yet.
Hey, Rich Turner, thank you for stopping by.
Exactly. So will they do that now?
Chat, bro, appreciate y'all stopping your live earlier.
You know, have to come support. In this, I mean, there are just so many questions out here, and you wonder if there is a desire to freeze as a snapshot in time, June 27th, and have that be the defining moment.
You were
you in Charleston? Yeah,
we coming through. Any other political cycle, if you had a female nominee suddenly become the nominee for a party, the other party would start asking questions about what does this mean in terms of affecting key voters in the suburbs of Atlanta, Georgia,
what's up with that Lowe's Hotel,
Milwaukee,
though?
Wisconsin. But frankly, just based on our reporting, that's not how the Trump campaign thinks. They don't think about gender as an issue that needs to be confronted and maybe danced around politically. They have a full, blunt force political view of how they're going to attack the ticket on the Democratic side.
But a top Democratic strategist that I just spoke with moments ago said they are eager to have Vice President Kamala Harris run against, in their words, a convicted rapist, someone who is responsible for putting 3 conservative judges on the Supreme Court that overturned Roe versus Wade. I said, but you can imagine what the attacks will be like. We've seen the campaign. Remember the campaign between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. And the strategist said, bring it. We're ready. This is a different era. What about how will suburban women in 2024 react to attacks on the first woman of color to lead a party's ticket?
It's already underway. Go spend some time on X or Instagram or TikTok. They're already trashing her. both personally
Child, let
and
me
from
pull
a
it up.
policy
Y'all better quit
perspective.
playing.
So
I got
they've
all
been
my stuff sitting
seeing
up here. Hold up. I got a whole free
a
screen.
sampling of it for the last 3 weeks, certainly, even
What
before
y'all
then.
playing?
And we saw it.
And they
At
know
the,
what's
we
going
saw
on.
a small slice of it at the Republican National
Absolutely.
Convention.
So she knows what's coming. and
Nikki
they know-
Haley.
Right.
This was a part of her campaign.
Yes, I mean, and so speaking of people who are probably
Yeah,
sitting
them
there going, I
lies.
told you
Them
so,
lies.
Nikki Haley
Yeah.
would certainly be among them because she had said
Nah, we can't
this is
say
going to
that.
happen inevitably, and now it has.
One of the things that I've been hearing, Nora, from Democrats I talk to is what does this sort of reboot? And certainly for progressive Democrats, they like this changes the conversation on Gaza, for example, something that had been a negative for Joe Biden, particularly with young voters and Black voters, as we saw in our CBS
Hold up, y'all.
polling,
I
was a
need to talk.
negative.
I got a question. I'm still because I'm on X. I'm trying to see what's going on, and Barack's statement came up, and it's something about this sentence about Joe Biden has been one of America's most consequential presidents that ain't sitting right with me. Something about that bothering me.
Yeah, that's because he's not necessarily saying.
Yeah, ain't
good
that
or
some
bad.
backdoor? Yeah, like Barack.
Yeah, he's using a word like consequential, which could be good or bad.
Exactly. That's something like this ain't that ain't rubbing me right. Okay, I had to make sure my grasp of the English language.
Nah, you picked up on that. It was another thing he had said.
Yeah, when I first heard it, I was like, this ain't. Hold up, let me pull up the whole thing. Give me a minute, y'all. That wasn't sitting right with me the first time I heard it. I was like, this
Right.
wait, what? Okay, hold on.
Right.
16 years ago, we heard that part. Okay, let's take in office. No, wait. Let me just read the whole thing. Okay, y'all. So this is what Barack said. He said Joe Biden has been one of America's most consequential presidents, as well as a dear friend and partner to me. Today, we've also been reminded again that he's a patriot of the highest order. 16 years ago, when I began my search for a vice president, I knew about Joe's remarkable career in public service. But what I came to admire even more was his character, his deep empathy and hard-earned resilience, his fundamental decency and belief that everyone counts. I ain't heard nothing about Black men from Joe, so everybody clearly ain't counting. But let me read on. Since taking office, President Biden has displayed that character again and again. He helped end the pandemic, created millions of jobs, lowered the cost of prescription drugs, passed the first major piece of gun safety legislation in 30 years, made the biggest investment to address climate change in history, and fought to ensure the rights of working people to organize for fair wages and benefits as long as they took the jab. Don't forget that part right there. Internationally, he restored America's standing in the world, revitalized NATO and mobilized the world to stand up against Russian aggression in Ukraine. Didn't they go over there? Okay, I'm gonna be quiet. Let me keep reading. More than that, President Biden pointed us away from the 4 years of chaos, falsehood, and division that had characterized Donald Trump's administration. We're more divided now than we were back then. But anyway, through his policies and his example, Joe has reminded us of who we are at our best. This ain't my best. I'm sorry. A country who committed to old-fashioned values like trust and honesty, kindness and hard work. A country that believes in democracy, rule of law, and accountability. A country that insists that everyone, no matter who they are, has a voice and deserves a chance at a better life. I got a $15,000 increase, and it looked like somebody took $25,000 from me. I don't know where you at, Barack. But anyway, this outstanding track record gave President Biden every right to run for re-election and finish the job he started. Joe understands better than anyone the stakes in this election, how everything he has fought for throughout his life and everything that the Democratic Party stands for will be at risk if we allow Donald Trump back in the White House and give Republicans control of Congress. Both of them good is done. If this didn't do it, this right here, they done. All right. I also know Joe has never backed down from a fight. We looking at him back down from a fight. That debate was him back. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet. Let me keep reading. For him to look at the political landscape and decide that he should pass the torch to a new nominee is surely one of the toughest in his life. But I know he wouldn't make this decision unless he believed it was right for America. It's a testament to Joe Biden's love of country and historic example of a genuine public service genuine public servant, once again putting the interests of the American people ahead of his own, and that future generations of leaders will do well to follow. Jesus. We will be navigating uncharted waters in the days ahead, but I have extraordinary confidence that the leaders of our party will be able to create a process from which an outstanding nominee emerges. You shouldn't have to create nothing. The process should already be there. But I'm going to be quiet. I believe that Joe Biden's vision of generous, prosperous, and united America that provides opportunity for everyone will be on full display at the Democratic Convention in August. Again, we will be covering all of that if I don't find my way to Chicago first. And I expect that every single one of us are prepared to carry that message of hope and progress forward into November and beyond. For now, Michelle and I just want to express our love and gratitude to Joe and Jill for leading us so ably and courageously during these perilous times, and for their commitment to the ideals of freedom and equality that this country was founded on. That was Barack. Wow, y'all up here clowning. They is clowning hard. Hey Eric, how you doing? You really can't make none of this up. What you say? A bunch of fancy words saying nothing. It is goofball with love for Trump to be defeated by a black woman.
I agree. A bunch of fancy words saying nothing. It's the standard response. It's not even genuine. It's like generic response that they put up all the time for people. And those millions of jobs that he created, those are Uber jobs.
They got clowning.
I remember when Uber first started, the people who were driving for Uber were typically younger people. Now today, you take an Uber, I guarantee you got a good shot of your Uber drivers should be retired. They are retirement age people. They aren't able to retire. And they aren't able to get jobs, so they drive Ubers. So they can eat. So they can eat every month. They drive an Uber just enough to buy some groceries. That's Joe Biden's economy.
Listen, he said you create 1 million new jobs, but you need 3 to pay rent. Them facts.
That's my point. I've never seen so many people, like, especially in these brand new apartments that they're building here in Charlotte. They're renting out rooms to multiple people. So you got 2 people paired up together to rent 1 bedroom out of an apartment. I've never seen that. And I went to a black college where we had boarding houses. I didn't see that.
It's that foolishness.
You got people paying rent for a half a bedroom for which some people was paying a mortgage for, or still are paying mortgages for. If you're lucky enough to have an old mortgage, you better have left it in place.
Child, it's over here a lot.
Joe Biden, we've seen houses quadruple under from his vice presidency till now. Houses have quadrupled.
These are facts. What you say? Somebody grandmama dropped off your Instacart. Oh no. Child, it was old like that?
Yeah.
Hell no. Not my grandma.
Well, in today's world, you'd be surprised.
That's messed up.
spots, not uncommon to see that. That's Biden's million jobs he's created.
Nope, she wasn't.
They want you to believe what they say, not what you see with your own eyes. Don't believe your lying eyes, is the Democrats' philosophy.
You know who's gonna have a good time with this? Jason Black. He gonna have a fantastic time with this.
New York City on an extraordinary day in U.S. political history. Time magazine already memorializing this day. Joe Biden, the 46th president of the United States, announcing this afternoon he will no longer be the Democratic presidential nominee. And he has strongly endorsed the woman you see on the left of that cover, his vice president, Kamala Harris, to be his successor, saying in a statement, quote, "My very first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president, and it's been the best decision I've made. Today, I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year." Late this afternoon, Vice President Kamala Harris released her own statement, thanking President Biden and notably saying, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination." Vice President Harris followed up on social media with a fundraising appeal stating, "I will do everything in my power to unite the Democratic Party and unite our nation to defeat Donald Trump and his extreme Project 2025 agenda. If you're with me, add a donation right now." Two people familiar with the matter tell NBC News that Biden asked to see polling on how Harris would fare in a matchup against Trump. The polling had been solicited by Biden's campaign and was very tightly held. Let's bring in our reporters to make sense of this monumental moment. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. We're also joined by the host of Politics Nation, the Reverend Al Sharpton. It's great to have both of you there. Mike, what's the latest you're hearing from the Biden campaign?
Well, Chris, as I continue to speak with close advisors as well as others close to the campaign, it's really striking to me how across the board people, even though this decision was speculated could come as soon as this weekend, had been the source of a lot of, frankly, disarray within the party and hand-wringing about what the president would decide, that even as this decision was potentially expected to be what it is, people were still stunned and surprised to hear it when they did today. I'm told by somebody close to the president and very close to his team that as of Friday night, for instance, they were told he was still 100% in this race. It was a small circle of advisors who were with the president here in Rehoboth as he gave them the direction Saturday night to begin potentially preparing for an announcement that he would drop out of the race. It was a decision that he only communicated to the most even senior members of his White House and campaign team in a broader sense this afternoon, just before it was tweeted publicly that he was doing this. And I want to share some new reporting we have about a call that took place within the last few hours involving the campaign chairwoman, Jenna O'Malley-Dillon, as well as the campaign manager, Julie Chavez-Rodriguez, in which they addressed the campaign staff, who themselves were some only learning after it was already public that the president would be stepping aside. They spoke to the fact that this campaign, which was the Biden-Harris campaign, is now a Harris campaign, that everyone who is on the campaign staff will be continuing to be part of that campaign if they so choose, that the organization that they built to beat Donald Trump is still one that they intend to go forward and execute on that strategy. Jenna O'Malley-Dillon reiterated that the team going forward, and everyone has a job who still wants to have a job. And they also talked about the coalition that they saw as the Biden-Harris coalition to lead them to victory is one that they still believe is intact. And in fact, we're already hearing from Democrats about the potentially ways in which that Biden coalition could shift in its focus. The Biden team had always maintained, and O'Malley-Dillon said this on our air here just in the last 48 hours, that they still thought the most likely path for him to succeed was those blue wall states, especially in the Midwest, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. But now perhaps this could shift with Vice President Harris now leading the ticket, the first Black woman ever to lead a major party ticket. You could see an emphasis shifting to the Sun Belt states, North Carolina, to Georgia, even to Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia, so significant because of there are heavily African-American populations in those states who will be galvanized even more so to support her. You're also hearing that in terms of speculation now.
Exactly.
The
I
deep
saw
states
that
is
as
already
well,
underway,
Red.
Chris, who Vice President Harris might choose as her running mate. Among those whose names have been floated to me already, Governor Cooper of North Carolina, who's finishing his second term, also served for 16 years as Attorney General, including with Vice President Harris when she was the California Attorney General. Another name that we're hearing a lot is Mark Kelly, the senator from Arizona, somebody who is a veteran, somebody who's new to the Senate, but brings a lot of qualities to the ticket as well. So the campaign, the country is taking stock of this monumental decision, but it's one that was very difficult for the president to make. But ultimately, he decided that in order to win this race, he could not continue to fight on two fronts, one against Donald Trump and the other against his party. And he's putting now his party's interest, and he believes the nation's interest, first and foremost by making this decision, Chris.
Mike Memoli, thank you for that. I want to bring in NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. And Monica, without a doubt, phones have been burning up the lines. People are talking, groups are organizing. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Chris, that's exactly right. And I'm told by a source familiar directly with this series of calls that
What happened to the audio?
Surprisingly, has been working the phone
I don't
over the
know.
last couple of hours as well. There are countless people who want to speak to him.
Ain't nothing. It's got to be them.
Yeah, it was them. As soon as they brought the other lady on, they spoke.
His decision about getting to this potential conclusion, as he's
Ugh.
the race last night, I'm told, but he was surrounded by some very close advisors, his close family, First Lady Jill Biden. And then this morning, they finalized the details of what would ultimately go into that letter that we all saw post around 1:46 p.m. Eastern today. And I'm told that just 1 minute prior to that, at 1:45 p.m., that's when he called the senior campaign and White House leadership involved in many of these key decisions to inform them that this was about to post. But we also can report that just a short time before that, he did have separate conversations with Vice President Harris. We know they talked a couple of times today, we can report. And he also called his chief of staff, Jeff Zients, and the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, in separate calls to talk through this before the entire world was made aware of this very, very significant decision, Chris. And now, of course, that leads to a series of many other different calls. The chief of staff then had a call with the cabinet to talk about the president's decision. Other senior leadership had their own calls, both with the campaign and with key White House staff. And I think something that is really just notable here is the amount of young people or rank and file staffers who are working on these campaigns and who are in the White House trying to focus on their job, trying to plan for the week ahead, who learned about this on social media. And it was that tightly held. It was that close of a hold before everybody else learned about it. But as you heard there from Mike, a key priority now for the campaign is to try to assure those hundreds of staffers, who are many of them in Wilmington, Delaware at the headquarters, and others in battleground states, that for now they appear to still have a job, that they will simply transfer over to the Kamala Harris campaign apparatus once that becomes formalized. And as we know from that call, I'm told that Jennifer O'Malley Dillon essentially said that they had already tried to build this campaign and reelect effort to, quote, beat Donald Trump in November, and that mission for them, at least, doesn't change with Vice President Harris leading the way. And I'm told that she did acknowledge to staffers on that call that, of course, it was okay to grieve. I'm told she said it's okay to feel sad, that this is a difficult moment, that you can feel unsure about the path ahead, because, again, so many of them had been told just last night that the president was plowing ahead, that they were organizing events he was going to have on the trail this coming week, fundraisers where invites had been sent out just yesterday to donors in California, in Illinois, that are going to, of course, change now with this big news. And so she did want to emphasize to staffers, Jen O'Malley Dillon, that it was okay to feel all those things right now in this moment, but that also she told them she wanted them to feel optimistic about the path ahead. So now there are just so many larger questions, Chris, about how the president communicates this message to the American people in a soaring speech we expect. We just don't know when that's going to happen because he's still in Delaware. He's still technically testing positive for COVID. So it will be his doctors who have to clear him to return to the White House and resume his schedule, meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, which is also going to happen in the next couple of days, we expect. And then at some point, of course, give that address about probably the largest decision of his political career to date.
Monica, thank you for that. Reverend Al Sharpton, we were talking before about how quickly things seem to be moving now. I just got a statement from Congresswoman Williams. She is not just a congresswoman, but she is also chair of the Democratic Party in Georgia. Among other things, after thanking Joe Biden for his decades of public service, she said, President Biden said Georgia made him president, and he's right. There is more work to be done. Our eyes are on the prize. We stand firmly behind Vice President Harris to make it happen, whether it's a Democratic Party chair, activist groups. What are you hearing? What do you expect to see in the coming hours and coming days in terms of a coalescing behind Kamala Harris?
I'm hearing a lot of enthusiasm around the country and a lot of energy that people are saying this is the kind of race that we need to have, where our issues are out front. And I think that it is correct that the geopolitical landscape changes, because now Georgia and North Carolina and other states would be more into play. When Congresswoman Nikema Williams, who chairs the Democratic Party there in Georgia, says that the party is endorsing her, let's not forget this party, this state party, elected a Black and a Jewish U.S. senator last time around. So they know how to bring a turnout. This is the state where Stacey Abrams proved you can turn this state around. So I would say that Kamala Harris is the perfect candidate for Georgia, for North Carolina. When you look at the Republican gubernatorial candidate there in North Carolina and the extreme things he's saying, I really think that you will see a more energetic race, and I think that the map has changed. I think Donald Trump may see a redo of 2020 if people go out and really understand the issues here, and I think that Kamala Harris has the possibility of making that very clear.
All right. Thank you for that, Rev. Let me go to our chief Washington correspondent, Andrea Mitchell, who also for such a long time has covered foreign affairs for us as well. Andrea, I'm looking at a statement that was already put out by Ukraine's President Zelensky, expressing how grateful they are to him. But there is absolutely no doubt what the stakes are for Ukraine in its war with Russia, whether it is Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. Versus Donald Trump. Talk about the importance of this statement, the message it sends, and anything else you've heard from allies or other foreign leaders.
Well, foreign leaders are going to be very reassured that Joe Biden is going to be succeeded by another Democrat in the nomination. And they're less familiar with Kamala Harris, although Zelensky is. I traveled with the vice president to the Munich Security Forum, the Munich Security Conference. Last year, I saw her and covered her this year, both times with Zelensky. And they have a very warm relationship. Her speech last year was, frankly, she was, getting used to the material. She is much more familiar with foreign policy now, a year later, especially all of the war issues, Ukraine and Russia. She had focused more on domestic issues. Now, since then, of course, in the last couple of months, because of Dobbs, she's been focused primarily on the abortion issue and women's issues. So she, certainly is not, Joe Biden, but who is in terms of foreign policy. But I think that anybody who would replace Biden on the ticket would not have all of those relationships, any of the people who've been talked about, the governors or the like. So Kamala Harris is someone that they would have confidence in if the polling and the organization behind her shows that she could defeat Donald Trump. I think it's Donald Trump that they are most concerned about because of Viktor Orban and the meeting in Mar-a-Lago, because of what Donald Trump has said about Vladimir Putin, about being able to negotiate this, day one or in an hour, and for all of those reasons, they're very concerned about it. And foreign leaders have been talking during the NATO summit and since, certainly in Europe, about trying to Trump-proof Ukraine and the funding, and they have put in certain procedures, some of them not public, to make sure that the funding would continue and other European measures would continue. The European Parliament voted, and that's a very contentious and not at all homogeneous organization. They voted to support Ukraine very vigorously in the last couple of weeks. That said, only America can provide certain weapons, the ATACMS, the Patriots. They can piece things together, and they've been collecting Patriot missiles and other kinds of air defense from other countries because we frankly are out of them. We just don't have enough. But you know, they don't have the kind of weaponry.
A moment, so we can be clear. We provide commentary about what's being said over here, especially if it ain't from somebody who is seriously important. Now, if Trump was talking, and I wouldn't have had nothing to say. But clearly, this bitch can't hear, so I have to let y'all know that she can't hear because that wasn't what the hell Trump said yesterday.
And eventually achieve his goals of taking all of Ukraine by 2035. That said, I mean, there's a lot to happen between now and having a successful Democratic election. And the first step would be the fact of getting behind Harris, according to some people, certainly according to the president, according to the Clintons. We have yet to hear from Nancy Pelosi on that. She and Harris have not had the warmest of personal relationships. And the endorsement by Adam Schiff is a great tell that perhaps she would also be falling behind Harris because legally it is the easiest way to have the campaign structure. She would inherit all of those people who Jen O'Malley Dillon was talking to would keep their jobs. There would be some layering with some of the Harris staff, but you would have a campaign in place, all of those many offices, the volunteers, as well as the money that would automatically be available to her because she was on the ticket. Some of the big donors might still move their money to down ballot races, but you would have more than $100 million that is in the bank. And there's only 3 weeks of the convention. They've got to do something. There has been a lot of talk about a mini primary, either before or at the convention, and trying to make her compete for this. I think that would be, a lot of people argue that would be messy, but there's also talk of coupling her with someone who is a centrist governor or outgoing governor like Roy Cooper of North Carolina.
They did. Congress blocked that. So, yeah, exactly what happened to that. So,
I find it interesting. The Democrats talk about protecting democracy, while at the same time, they're the ones that are doing things that are anti-democratic. They talk about traditional, and they're doing things untraditional for their own party. And their goal is to beat Trump. It's not to make the country better. They keep telling on themselves. It's about the money. It's about the money.
Mm-hmm.
The lady just said it. It's about the $100 million. Not if this lady is any good or point to anything good she's done over the last 4 years. No. We just want to keep people. A lot of y'all understand. In DC, you got a Democratic bubble. And then you got regular Democrats around the country. And then you got insiders, which are inside that bubble. And they don't see outside the bubble. So all of these people we're hearing from are in the bubble. They're looking to protect their jobs and their status quo. That's what that's what their perspective is. Not what's best for America. What are we going to have? More sanctuary cities? Is that what we want to look forward to? More funding for them, for Ukraine, for the Israelis?
Yeah, because what is that doing for the American people?
Not a goddamn thing but making our taxes go up. That's what. Just listen to what the lady.
Because again, don't you have to have two sides for it to be a war? If one side just came in and kicked you in your teeth and you just laid down, that's not war.
Well, it's a quick war. It's a short war.
I mean, that looked like y'all remember in Rocky 3, the first time Rocky and Clubber Lang fought. That's what that looked like.
Yeah.
Rocky got that thigh y'all put on him, and that was it. He hit Rock about 3 times. It was over.
But and that's a good analogy. Ooh, that's a damn good analogy you brought up. Shout out to Mr. T, y'all. Clubber Lane, he wanted it so bad. His training was phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't care. He wasn't gonna let nobody get in his way.
Mm-mm.
I'm the best. I'm gonna prove it. This guy is a teddy bear, and I'm gonna show y'all he don't deserve to be there.
Yeah, and Child Rock was playing them games and partying all at the training facility and all of that. Child Rock.
Remember they had him with the Barbarian commercial and he couldn't read the lines.
That was in the second one. Yeah, that was in the second one. Yeah, Rock could read by the time he got around the Clubber Lane. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. See, now I got to take that. I might have to use that for another live stream. We talk about black women. Listen, y'all should hope to find some of that Rocky and Adrian love in your lifetime. Rock wasn't perfect. She taught Rock how to read. Now, anybody who watched all of the Rockies, like all the way through up to the Rocky Balboa,
to the current ones, I mean, shit.
That's what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about Creed now. I'm talking about Rocky Balboa. So that's 6. So anybody watch from Rocky all the way to Rocky Balboa, it was 6. Adrian was right there. She was there for Rock had that money. She taught Rock how to read so he could get the money. She was there when Rock lost the money. She was there when Rock got the money back. She was with Rock when the fame was over. And then the last one, Rock was at her grave crying. Y'all better listen.
Well, even in the new movies, he would still go out to the grave.
This is what I'm saying. Y'all, you should hope for love like that.
The restaurant was named after her.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Hell, y'all should hope for love like that. Sometimes you got to put something in. You can't just always be trying to make a withdrawal. Sometimes you got to make a deposit.
And he invested in her, but in the beginning, because she didn't have no confidence in herself.
Exactly.
And he really tried to instill that into her, and it got reciprocated.
If you go back and watch it, she was abused. Let's be for real. You're saying their parents had, So okay. So their parents had died. So you're saying so Paulie had to raise her, but then you're saying he made her feel bad. He was like, I ain't have no life because I had to raise you. Remember how he used to go off on her?
Yeah, he was very abusive to her.
Like I think he was putting hands on Adrian at one point. I think before Rock showed up. Like, listen, you can't always make a withdrawal. Sometimes you got to make a deposit, and you got to know what kind of deposit to make.
Yo, we talking real deep right now. This shit is over a lot of people's heads. They never saw Rocky this way.
Well, y'all, we might have to do a watch party.
They
y'all
never
that in your
saw
life.
Rocky this way. Rocky was phenomenal.
Listen, because that's what Russia and Ukraine was Rocky 3.
And the Creed movies was good. I ain't gonna lie, the movies was good.
See, I only seen the first one. I have not seen the other 2 yet.
Yeah,
I'm gonna watch them.
Because he became the mentor, like he kind of flipped it. You know what I'm saying, in the Creed movies?
Yeah, because if you go back to the Rocky Balboa, which kind of rolled in the Creed, you're saying
it was the bridge.
Most of that was about him rebuilding his, relationship with his son.
Right.
Because remember, they wasn't on, on the best of terms, and it was because there was a lot of stuff that went on that the son didn't understand, and Rock and Adrian didn't really explain it. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't, want to, burden him. Listen, y'all better quit playing. Rock was deep.
Rocky was the shit. Y'all better wake up.
Rock was deep.
And him and Apollo, their relationship, they became best friends.
That man was destroyed when Apollo died. Listen.
And that's why Creed became so important.
Right.
He took Creed's son, and really embraced him, who he was, with his love for Apollo.
Right.
Y'all don't, man, that shit was about family, man. Y'all, and family ain't always who you blood related to.
For real, because some of them do you worse than anybody you ever come across in your life.
And some of the people who ain't blood treat you better. But even Felicia Rashad, she played Apollo's wife to the T.
Didn't she though?
Oh my God, I love that woman. She on the list. She can still get it. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh Lord.
Felicia Rashad look good. Yeah, great analogy, man. Well, great. That's good right there. That's some good shit.
No,
Y'all
what
don't
have
realize,
you passage of time speech?
they don't realize how great movies are. The music, everything was fucking phenomenal. You don't get movies like that no more very often. Or TV shows. Like, that shit was phenomenal. And if you ain't cried during a Rocky movie, fuck you, okay? I'm gonna just straight up say that. Y'all lying. Rocky bring that emotions out of you, boy. That's the genius of Stallone. Stallone is a genius. A lot of people don't realize, like, you got certain guys that's geniuses, but they lay low with it. Vin Diesel is becoming that guy. Or is that guy now. He's the modern version of that. But even with the Expendables, that's Rocky's, I mean, that's Stallone's genius. Take a bunch of old superhero type of action guys and make a successful franchise out of that. Shit. Phenomenal. Love me some Rocky. Let's go, Rocco! Shout out Eddie Murphy. Let's go, Rocco! Listen to the Italian man. I like Rocky too, but we just gonna watch the movie. Again, everybody, thank y'all for tuning in to us. I don't know what the likes look like, but make sure y'all got the likes up. Make sure y'all subscribing. I hope we're in subscriber only mode. I don't know, but I hope we are. But subscribe and smash the bell. I'm sure y'all can find Abana's Cash App either in her description, or we'll get somebody to drop the link. Make sure y'all supporting, man. The other night, she wasn't even supposed to be on here with y'all. She had migraine headaches. She rocked 3 hours anyway. Send her $5 on the doggone Cash App, y'all. Come on now. Y'all got a lot of content creators who ain't working full time. She been taking care of her, God rest her soul, her mama, before we lost her mom and her grandfather, and she's still putting in this work for y'all. You got content creators who ain't doing shit. Drop us something on the Cash App, man. Showing y'all appreciate it. We ain't asking for much over here. Drop a $5 on the Cash App. Well, Amanda in Purple, they ain't had nothing to say lately. They ain't talking to me no more.
He was asking about Kamala's passage of time speech. I'm gonna have to find it.
Who said that? Who was the one that said that? Hello? Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Hang on.
Oh.
Let me find it.
We got these doggone thunderstorms brewing up. Doggone Death Note done sent them up here from Atlanta and shit. Shout out to Death Note, ladies and gentlemen. God's gift. Best moderator on YouTube.
Let me see if I can find it.
Who are you responding to?
No, I was talking about she was asking about this passage of time speech I'm getting ready to find.
Who is she?
Palm. Purple Palm. Got it. Here it is.
Are we about to play it?
I am.
Okay.
Hold on, what'd you say, Eric? Trump confirmed this a while and he did. Someone which I think advanced. I don't know. I need to see this movie. Child, I can't find it nowhere but Netflix, and I don't have Netflix, so I ain't getting ready to be trying to pay to see what he talking about. I watched him yesterday at the rally they had in Michigan, and he sounded like he just showed up to the podium and just started talking. Like he didn't have no notes, he didn't have no speech, he didn't write, he just showed up, started talking. I don't know how I feel about that. That could be a positive and a negative. Just depends. I don't know. I don't know enough about him yet. I don't really, I want to see it because Glenn Close in the movie, so I know it got to be good. Glenn don't make bad movies. I'm gonna have to call my sister, get her Netflix password real quick so I can see what's popping. I got a question. Who in the flying phone? I don't know who voting for her. It ain't gonna be me, but y'all have fun there. He said, I wonder if they would attack Kamala's husband the way they did Melania and Michelle. Ain't nobody saying nothing about him yet. What they call him, first gentleman or something? What? Child. Okay. I'm talking about not white America. Jury still out on Me Too. Watch this movie yesterday and cried. I ain't watched it yet. I got to see. It's the Ned's Press. It's this movie. It was a Hillbilly Elegy or whatever. Yeah, I don't have Netflix, so all my other streaming services, for some reason, they ain't on there. I'm gonna figure it out though. We gonna figure it out. And I'm gonna let y'all know. Let me see what else. Talking about this black woman. Yeah, we gonna figure that out. Hold on. This is the longest one. Music.
President Kamala Harris being mocked once again for another doozy of a word salad statement. This time, Kamala was giving a speech about affordable internet access.
About the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs. And there is such great significance to the passage of time.
Every time you see Kamala Harris speak, you wonder, can things get worse? The answer continues to be yes. She seems totally out of her depth in almost every other issue, especially when she has to ad lib and talk from the heart or extemporaneously about the issues she should have thoroughly digested.
And she's gotten so much bad publicity. And one of the things that is not helping her is when she actually says things that people start scratching their head over. Here she is yesterday in Sunset, Louisiana, talking about the significance of the passage of time. See if you can follow this logic.
The governor and I, and we were all doing a tour of the library here and talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs. And there is such great significance to the passage of time when we think about a day in the life of our children.
Somebody should come up with a drinking game.
Let's talk about the children for a minute. Now, back in my day, I don't know about nobody else. Back in my day, we had current events, And so we would have to, you're saying, watch the news or wherever we got our current event from, and we would have to write an essay on it, little 2-3 paragraphs to speak on what we saw.
Yeah.
So somebody uses what they're gonna write.
I think she came up with a good title or a good saying, but she didn't have a way to express it. And all she does is keep repeating it. And nobody knows what she's talking about. She went from laying wires to children and didn't connect those things. What are you saying, lady? You just talking words. Just saying words.
Okay. That passes the time, child. Okay.
Who pointed that out to us, Purple?
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Yeah, that's a good look.
I can't. Hold on.
I can't stand listening to her talk. I can't stand this woman. I didn't like her when she was in California. I've never really liked this woman. She's very fraudulent to me. She doesn't come off as authentic be her. I think she tries to be what she thinks people want her to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's the impression I get of her.
Yeah, she said there's no substance behind it at all. True, Purple.
Right.
You say the United States isn't ready for a woman president, white or black, in my opinion. It's not happening. White men and small hat men and Asian men ain't about to have no woman telling them what to do. It ain't happening.
No group of men besides some black men.
Men going along with that. Okay, so one other thing I did want to play is actually Governor Abbott's speech from the RNC. One, because I didn't hear it all, and two, from what I understand, it is mainly about the border, which I think is going to be a big point of emphasis in the remaining days of this presidential debate. And so with that, y'all know Abbott say you can't stay. You got to go. So as fast as you come in, he gets you up out. So yeah, child, that bed winching. Yeah, that's about the only thing. That's about the only thing she can teach us about is bed winching. And since
we got to be honest where it comes from. That comes from slavery.
I'm not a fan. Yeah.
And they were perfectly comfortable doing it because it gave them leverage over the other slaves, particularly the men.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got a lot of female Stevens running around here. Who that nigga on that there?
Child. Wasn't that on? That was on last night, child. I turned over just in time as they had got to West Virginia in place.
They couldn't have found a better person to play that character.
Candyland.
I mean, both of them played it. I mean, them two. I would like to see them do another movie together. I really would.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
I mean, them two just played each other so well. You would have thought they did a bunch of movies before that together. They never did. That was their first movie together.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's take a look at this speech.
Abbott.
Yep. And see what Kamala got in store for when we get talking about this border situation.
That she fucked up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nobody. I mean, nobody can deny that. But let's see how this gonna work.
I mean, she the czar. I mean,
yeah.
Greg Abbott.
Greg said he just ain't having it.
Thank you all very much. Thank y'all very much. Thank y'all very much. Come on, let's go. As governor of the largest border state, the great state of Texas, I can tell you, America needs a president who will secure our border. America needs Donald J. Trump. The president's most sacred duty is to secure our country. Donald Trump fulfilled that duty by eliminating illegal immigration. Under President Trump, we had the lowest illegal border crossings in about 4 decades. By contrast, however, Joe Biden deserted his duty. On his first day in office, he gutted President Trump's policies. And the result has been catastrophic. Under Joe Biden, illegal immigration has skyrocketed. Under his watch, around 11 million immigrants have crossed our border illegally. That's more than the entire population of Michigan. It's twice the population of Wisconsin. Biden has welcomed into our country rapists, murderers, even terrorists. And the price that we have paid has been deadly. Among the many victims was 12-year-old Jocelyn from Houston, Texas, raped and murdered by 2 illegal immigrants. She's one of thousands whose lives have been destroyed by Joe Biden's open border policies. To make matters even worse, Biden is even fighting tooth and nail to stop Texas and other Republican states from securing our own borders. I deployed thousands of National Guard soldiers to build hundreds of miles of razor wire
Because he said they
barriers.
can't stay. They wouldn't let him send him back, but he said they can't stay there.
They built those barriers to stop illegal crossings. When Joe Biden ordered to cut that razor wire, I ordered the National Guard to triple the razor wire on the border. When Biden took
They sanctuary
15 acres
cities.
of Texas border property
Negroes quit going over,
to
quit trying to
illegally
be a friend to everybody when you
up
ain't got your
to
stuff together.
5,000 illegal immigrants a day, I directed the Texas National Guard to take back our land and wire it shut.
Hold up. But see, that's the thing, though. Because we have sanctuary cities, that's why Joe said he couldn't send them back. So he was like, "We not a sanctuary. This is not a sanctuary state. We don't have no sanctuary city, so you ain't staying here." So he sent them to the sanctuary city since he couldn't send them back, and folks lost their mind. But that's what you said you was gonna do. You was gonna take care of people who needed it. Right. Right. And since they was talking about, they was prepared and they was ready and they was this and they was that, he was like, well, here they come. Here they come. Then when they got there, now look at what you got. Total chaos. Yeah, Marcus Binger said we just not gonna have that. They was like, yeah, we're gonna have to rethink this sanctuary city situation. But they didn't think he would send them up there. He was like, I don't care where y'all go. You know, they say you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here. It was one of them situations. So that's what it was. Yep, they ain't playing that in them Hamptons. No, Them people paid all their money to be up there by themselves for a reason. And they wouldn't have agreed to that. Yeah,
Now there's no longer 5,000 people crossing the border like there was under Joe Biden. Now that the National Guard wired that shut, on average, there is one illegal immigrant crossing the border at that location a day. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refused to even come to Texas and to see the border crisis that they created, I took the border to them. I began busing illegal immigrants to Washington, D.C. And we have continued busing migrants to sanctuary cities across the entire country. And those buses will continue to roll until we finally secure our border. Fortunately, I see hope on the horizon, because on November the 5th, Joe Biden will be fired. And Donald Trump will once again become the president of the United States of America. He will enforce the immigration laws. He will fight the Mexican drug cartels. And he will arrest the criminal illegal immigrants and put them behind bars. Or send them back.
Ain't that the truth?
It is time. It is time to restore order at the border. It is time to rid our streets of crime and chaos. It is time to secure our nation by returning Donald Trump as president of the United States of America. Thank you all. God bless.
Short and sweet.
Yeah, he said he just wasn't having it. He just
Short
wasn't
and
gonna be able to
sweet.
have it. Yeah, he just was not gonna be able to have that. All right, y'all. So, yeah, he did get fired by his own party. All right, y'all. So we have had another monumental day of news as far as our country is concerned. President Joe Biden has dropped out and is no longer seeking re-election as the 47th president of the United States. Right now, the way it looks is current Vice President Kamala Harris will be the Republican Party nominee. She has not been fully endorsed by her party as of yet. So we will need to see where that goes in the coming days. We're gonna go ahead and jump off. If anything else happens, I would definitely come back on and give y'all the rundown. Definitely make sure you are checking the community tab. I will be putting updates there as well. Y'all, it just keep getting more and more interesting. That's all I can say. Nope. It just gets more and more interesting. So again, this is Armor I 78 along with B being Israel, the People's Champ. And we will see y'all later. Again, like, share, subscribe. Make sure you have your notifications on and check the community tab for any updates and breaking news. Again, I appreciate all of y'all stopping by. I will see y'all later.